Chapter 1304. Bang! A gigantic figure directly broke through the door and smashed into the wall, then slid down. After sliding down, it didn't move at all because its life force had completely disappeared. A fist-sized bloody hole could be seen on its chest. Behind the broken door, the spirit witch slowly walked out. After a casual glance, she turned around. In the room, Farrell, who had cleaned up his hair and body, wore a white suit and a blue shirt and slowly walked out. Miss Witch's handiwork was good. She didn't give the fiercest and evilest knight in history a strange hairstyle. Instead, she trimmed his hair short and dry. His whole body seemed to have become stronger. He really began to gain weight. Miss Witch thought to herself, "Is this guy really poisoned and only has 10% of his strength? Why did this guy suddenly go berserk?" Miss Witch furrowed her brows. The Knight Agency should have injected all the registered orcs with a vaccine to suppress the berserk. Farrell just said indifferently, the vaccine used now should be based on the old formula. Although the effect is still there after generations, some antibodies have been produced in their bodies. Their bestial nature hasn't been obliterated. Instead, once it's stimulated, it will become even worse. As he spoke, he turned his head to look out of the window. The city was ablaze, and screams were incessant. Suddenly, Farrell's eyes locked on the spirit witch. His eyes were like eternal starlight. Even though she had the power of the soul, she felt so small under the vast starry sky. Miss G. Lien reluctantly showed a charming smile. "Mr. Knight, are you going to ask me out on a date?" Farrell pondered for a moment, then frowned. What role did you play in this incident?" Almost as soon as he spoke, Farrell had already made his move. Ignoring all of the spirit witch's defenses, as if he was holding a child, he directly grabbed her neck, lifted her up, and pressed her against the wall. She struggled painfully, her legs kicking in the air, but she only felt more and more suffocated. Were the Knights of the Round Table this desperate when they faced Farrell? It's me. I'm the one who rescued you from prison to give you the antidote," she said with difficulty, her hands gripping the other person's arm tightly, her eyes filled with fear. Between opening and closing his eyes, Farrell suddenly became quiet. His fingers slowly loosened. They loosened very slowly, and his fingers seemed to be very stiff. Miss, which didn't have time to wait for his fingers to loosen completely. She struggled and pried Farrell's fingers open. She was able to escape and slid down the wall to sit on the ground. She breathed frantically, and at the same time, her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. She raised her head and looked at the calm man in horror. "You still haven't answered my question." Without the slightest bit of consolation, he just stared at the witch coldly. "Don't worry, I won't change my promise. I will do what I promised you. I will personally deliver what you want to get to your tombstone." "You." Miss Ji Lien shuddered subconsciously. At the most dangerous moment just now, she used her spiritual power, intending to invade the other person's heart. However, her power instantly crushed the madness, violence, grief, and all kinds of negative emotions in the other person's heart. For a moment, she felt as if she had spent 100 years in the spiritual world, as if she had gone through hell. "Oberon!" After a few painful coughs, she greedily breathed in the fresh air and said nervously, "He's the leader of an organization called the Myths of Doomsday. This organization has recruited many people on the Magician Association's wanted list. At first glance, it seems to be an organization that opposes the Magician Association, but in fact it's not. It's actually an organization that's involved in the liberation of the orcs. The core members of the Myths of Doomsday are almost all people with orc blood." Orcs. Farrell was deep in thought. Miss, which continued, "I spent a lot of time to get close to the inside of this organization. The antidote I gave you before was made by a secret pharmacist in the Myths of Doomsday. Of course, I spent a lot of effort to collect the ingredients." After saying this, she quietly looked at Farrell. Seeing that there was no change in his expression, she lowered her head and continued speaking. "Raise your head and look at me." The witch had no choice but to raise her head, helplessly. She gritted her teeth and said, "I overheard their plan this time, so I had an idea, but it's just an idea. However, the goddess of fate seems to favor me. During their first operation, one of their members failed and was captured by the knights." Did he really fail? Farrell's gaze instantly turned sharp. Yes, it was sharp. Miss Witch suddenly shuddered and quickly said, "It's true. I originally planned to do it myself, but I don't know why Rend was seriously injured and fell into the hands of the clown Dargoni. I'm not lying." "Continue." Miss Witch slowly said, "The people of the myths of Doomsday once asked me to help these members of the operation to protect them from being captured and interrogated. With my protection, Rend won't be able to speak for a short time. At this time, the knights couldn't do anything. So you appeared in front of them and asked to see me in exchange." Farrell quickly figured out the cause and effect and shook his head slightly. "They're no different from committing suicide." Miss Witch defended herself. "How can a small organization like this fight against the entire Knight organization and the British government? Since they're going to die and have the belief that they're going to die, why can't I make use of them? You're very much like your mother." Farrell suddenly said softly. Miss, which was absent-minded for a moment, as if it was an illusion. She seemed to see a little bit of complexity in the man's eyes. But he quickly asked in a low voice, "Nothing else?" "I don't like to have any lies." "There's really nothing else, nothing else." Miss Witch said hurriedly, But what?" Miss Witch frowned and said, "I'm just guessing. It seems that the leader of the myths of Doomsday had contact with someone from the government before the start of this plan. I suspect that Oberon's operation this time isn't so simple. There must be something fishy going on. I really don't believe that Oberon would do something so stupid. It's just that my power can invade his mind, so I don't know what he's really thinking. And he has never really trusted me. Even in this operation, it's only the real members of the myths of Doomsday. At least 1/3 of them are still playing the game of cat and mouse with the Magicians Association in Europe. But no matter what, I've successfully rescued you from prison." "Stupid." Farrell looked at the spreading fire outside the window and pondered. Suddenly, he turned around and walked out. Miss Witch quickly asked, "Where are you going?" "Other than helping you find something, to do something else." Farrell directly walked down the stairs of the hotel without looking back. Miss Witch had no choice but to scramble to her feet and hurried after him. Inside the social work center, the crazy orc was tied with a special binding belt made by the Knight mechanism. This was one of the tools found in Nick's car. But at this time, this crazy orc was obviously not completely calmed down. Its scarlet eyes were still open, and saliva kept flowing out of its mouth. It didn't really stop its crazy state and return to its original state. Instead, it was in a state of being on the verge of erupting like a volcano. It was as if it would go crazy again with just a slight stimulation. But no matter what, Miss Orc's method of comforting it was obviously effective, but the effect wasn't ideal. Leia was a little scared and also a little confused. At this time, she hugged her hands and stood in front of it, showing a sad expression. Klein and Neil walked over and opened the translation software. Klein slowly said, "Miss Lael, it's obvious that he's not in a good situation now. Do you know what happened?" Lael seemed to be a little scared. She looked at the night sky outside. Calling, we heard a primitive call. It stimulated the most primitive beast in our hearts. They couldn't resist this primitive impulse, so they lost themselves and fell into a state of madness. "That's why you hurt yourself to wake yourself up?" Klein quickly realized the meaning behind her actions. Lael nodded silently. "I'm a mixed blood, so my beast nature is weaker than that of a pure blood." Klein took a deep breath and said, "Miss Lael, the situation now is more dangerous. I'll make it short. There's a thug who used some unknown method to force all the orcs in the Fog City into a frenzy. You've seen it too. The entire city is like a sea of fire. We need you, Miss Lael. Or rather, we need your method to calm them down. This was the result of a short discussion between Klein and Nick after seeing Lael's strange behavior. They didn't immediately tell the night mechanism because they weren't sure if it would work. Moreover, the night mechanism in the Fog City was more or less empty now. All of them were mobilized, including the logistics staff, and had started to carry out the mission of suppressing the riot. You're talking about the moon contract? Lael frowned. The song you sang is called Moon Contract. Lael nodded. That's the song we sing when we worship our ancestors. It can calm us down. I don't know if it really works, but I wanted to try it. You saw it too. The effect wasn't too obvious. It was still on the verge of chaos, like a beast that was chained up. It would struggle from time to time and roar a few times. Even if it can only slow down their actions a little, Klein quickly said, "This will be of great help to us too. Lael, can you help us with this?" Lael frowned. "Why should I help you? Help you suppress my people and then wait for your butcher's knife to fall? We just want to solve this crisis," Klein said sincerely. "We don't intend to hurt anyone, no matter if it's humans or you. Do you know that your clansmen all have legal identities and official jobs here? They could have lived peacefully, but now they've fallen into endless pain. I believe that they live here with their families, companions, friends, and neighbors. I deeply believe that if they're awake, they wouldn't want to see us destroy this city. You can feel the pain in their hearts." The girl fell into hesitation. She turned around and looked at the tormented and violent orcs. She couldn't bear to see them like this. "Please believe in us. Believe in me, Miss Lael." Klein bowed 90 degrees and then quickly raised his head. He reached out and pressed Nick's waist down 90 degrees as well. "I'm a knight. I only want to help them and quell this chaos. After this, I'll definitely plead with my superior, one of the great 12 knights, Mr. Gareth, and ask him to plead for mercy for these orcs. They're only victims, not sinners who should be treated unfairly." "You're not lying." Lael exhaled softly and finally nodded slowly. "All right, I'll try. But what should I do?" "Teach you the moon contract." Klein was overjoyed. Nick, who could finally straighten his back, snatched Klein's phone and began to speak. "I'm afraid that's not possible. I don't think we have the ability to unleash the power of this lullaby, so we still need you. This is a song for our sacrifice, not a lullaby." The orc lady was extremely fierce. "Whatever," Nick quickly said. "I already have a preliminary plan, but I need all of you to take action and do me a favor." As he spoke, Nick looked out the window at a truck that had crashed into the wall of the social work center due to the chaos. He whistled and said, "First, we need to modify this big guy." Song Dynasty Hotel. The door of the presidential suite opened in a hurry. Mr. Chin Bide was holding a metal baseball bat in his hand and wearing an ancient chainmail from Europe. He looked hurried. "Master Chiu." "Oh God, that's great. You're fine." Mr. Chin looked like a loyal protector. He pressed down on the motorcycle helmet on his head with one hand. "It's very dangerous outside. Master Chiu, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. I've called all the security guards to this floor. I guarantee that not a single gray wing can fly in." A fly flew past his eyes. "Come, Pa." Seeing Peter Chan's strange appearance, Boss Luo couldn't help but ask curiously, "Mr. Chin, where did you get this armor?" This is an antique in the exhibition room. I'm wearing it." Peter Chan puffed out his chest and said, "How about it? There are a few more. Should I give you one too?" "I think I should. Thank you." Luochio smiled slightly. "But I don't think it's necessary. By the way, Mr. Chin, are you sleepy?" "Sleepy?" Peter Chan immediately said. "Why would I be sleepy at this time? I'll definitely be on my best behavior. I don't care what kind of thugs or terrorist organizations they are. If they dare to come, I'll let them come in vertically and go out horizontally." "No, you're sleepy," Luocho said softly. "You're sleepy too." Silently, Peter Chan directly fell to the ground and made a sound of sleeping. The sound spread out. At the same time, the sound of falling to the ground could be heard outside the door. In an instant, all the guests, staff, and even the rats that were running away in the parking lot in the Song Dynasty Hotel lost consciousness. Luo Qiu waved his hand, and light curtains appeared, covering the area in front of him. He said casually, "So, where should I start?" Yan 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 P.S. 7/30. Why did it still increase? Chapter 1305. 1939. The end of August. Princess Elizabeth, who was 15 years old, had grown into a slim girl. She was wearing a strange military uniform, and her face was painted with a special paint, which covered her beautiful face. With the help of her tutor, she quietly hid from everyone in her family and came to a small country in Europe to undergo some kind of training. In the 3 years of learning, not only did she learn horsemanship, swordsmanship, and even marksmanship, the young princess already had a high level of attainment. At the same time, her cultural lessons were also praised by her father. There was no doubt that the young princess already had the qualifications to become an outstanding woman. She was in a train. In the rear half of the carriage, the sweaty princess was holding a standard long sword in one hand and a short Soviet pistol in the other. There were 7 men lying on the ground. They were wearing the uniform of the SS, which was the same as the military uniform the princess was wearing. Blood slowly flowed out of their bodies and finally gathered into a stream, which spread to the princess' boots. The princess leaned against the door of the carriage tiredly. Her trembling hand suddenly loosened, and the sword in her hand fell to the ground, not because of fear, but because her fingers were numb, which made it difficult for her to hold the weapon in her hand. Moreover, there was a bleeding wound on her arm. The princess gritted her teeth, tore off her undershirt, and used both her hands and mouth to bandage the wound. Then she sighed, opened the door, and walked out of the carriage. At the same time, she took off her clothes and threw them into the river under the bridge where the train passed by. Her Royal Highness took out a package from the bottom of the carriage where the 2 carriages were connected. After opening it, it was revealed that there was a lady's dress inside. After putting on the dress, the princess turned into a delicate lady and walked into the front carriage. She walked forward gracefully and soon came to the dining carriage. She found a seat and lifted her skirt slightly with both hands. Then she crouched down and bowed before slowly sitting down. Opposite her was a woman with long blonde hair and deep blue eyes. She was enjoying a cup of warm black tea. "Teacher, you're injured," the blonde woman suddenly said. Her Royal Highness bit her lip. "If I'm not careful, continue to be a dictionary tonight," the blonde woman said expressionlessly. Her Royal Highness lowered her head, thinking that if that was the case it was fine. She even had a feeling of relief. Her teacher began to admire the scenery outside the window. Her Royal Highness secretly looked at the side of his face and became somewhat infatuated. "Is there something on my face?" The teacher noticed the princess's gaze. No. The princess's mind had been well trained in the past few years, so she quickly said, "I'm just thinking, when will the war break out?" "Very soon," the blonde woman replied casually. Her Royal Highness picked up her teacup and took small sips of it. She also began to watch the scene of the train speeding past. It was like a white horse passing through a crack in the sky. A few days later, England and France officially declared war on Germany. Bumpy seemed to have stopped. The linen cloth covering her body was suddenly lifted, and it was still dark, but she could vaguely see the flames in the night sky, and the sound of gunfire kept coming from the city, and the strong figure in front of the queen, the strong old man named Judas. "My queen, we've arrived. You don't need me to help you get off the car, right?" Judas said indifferently. Lancelot, who was in the queen's arms, slightly opened her eyes at this time. She still looked weak, but her fingers were quietly writing something in the queen's palm. "I think I need it." The queen said in a sharp voice, "Sir, how can an old and weak person like me get off from here? We even have wounded people here." Judas obviously didn't want to quarrel too much. Without saying anything, he picked up the queen, jumped off the back of the pickup truck, and landed steadily on the ground. "Oh, you're really a gentleman," the queen exclaimed in surprise. Judas nodded and said indifferently, "Let's go in. You should be familiar with this place." The queen raised her head and looked at the destination in front of her, a huge building, the largest clock in Fog City. "Of course," the queen said softly, "the clock tower of the Palace of Westminster, also known as the Elizabeth Tower. So, is this the last place you prepared for me?" The queen looked back. Judas didn't say anything, but Catherine got off the car at this time. She put one hand on the queen's shoulder and pushed her to the building in front of her. "Madam, you should learn from the gentleman just now. You hurt me." "Damn old woman." At this time, Judas looked at Lancelot, who was still in the back of the truck, and seemed to be considering whether to carry her down. But Lancelot stubbornly propped up her body and climbed down from the truck little by little. Then she staggered and followed. Along the way, the security guards had fallen to the ground and were unconscious. There were some traces of fighting in the corridor. After all, this was the British Parliament, the House of Lords and House of Commons, so naturally there must be some guards. A large number of murals and sculptures were carved in the corridor, also known as the West Church. Finally, they stopped in front of a hall and walked in. This was not the place for a state funeral. In front of the red carpet, a middle-aged man in bartender clothes was already waiting for them. "Judas, you're so slow." "Haha, Doba's my brother." Judas stepped forward and gave him a big hug. Lancelot, on the other hand, looked around the hall. She found a large number of production equipment placed here and suddenly had a bad feeling. The queen didn't tell her the plan of the doomsday myth from the beginning. "Where's Caesar?" Dobas frowned and asked. The secret pharmacist Tipu walked up quickly and said, "Didn't you notice what happened in Fog City? The leader is now giving them an extra performance." Dobas nodded thoughtfully. At this time, the door of the hall opened again, and a naked man stood at the door. Catherine cried out in surprise and ran over. "Caesar, you're back!" He nodded and took a step forward. However, he suddenly fell forward. Catherine came in time and helped him up before he fell to the ground. How are you?" "I'll be fine after a rest." Caesar's lips were a little pale. "The consumption of the holy armor is beyond my imagination. Sure enough, it's a little difficult to use it without the inheritance ceremony." "Tipu!" Catherine turned back and shouted. Tipu had hurried forward with several bottles of secret medicine in his hand and began to concoct something on the spot. "Leader, you're too reckless." Caesar waved his hand and took the secret medicine Tipu concocted at the last minute. After taking it, he slowly walked to the queen with Catherine's help. "Sir, you don't look very good." The queen sized him up and said, "I know a few good doctors. Maybe if you stop this now, you'll get good treatment." "Thank you." Caesar chuckled. "You should worry more about yourself." "Queen, there's not much time left." "My pet is gone," the queen suddenly said. "Her Majesty, the queen," said coldly, and then looked around anxiously. "Did you see that? Judas, Dobas, send the queen to rest." Caesar waved his hand. After the queen was sent away, Caesar came to Lancelot. Lancelot frowned and said, "You really used the holy armor?" "Don't worry, your colleagues are fine. After all, I can't die for the time being. It's not worth leaving one or two behind and not being able to come back." He then waved his hand. Catherine was a little reluctant, but she still helped Lancelot leave. In the hall, only Tipu was there to take care of Caesar. He began to concoct something again and asked with concern, "How do you feel?" Caesar leaned against the counter and sat down. He smiled casually and said, "Terrible." Tipu frowned and said, You definitely didn't force yourself to use the holy armor. You definitely didn't listen to advice and use the Beast King's body. Remember, you're not a real Beast King. Even if you have secret medicine, there will be side effects. I have points. As he said, he took out a phone. After the call was connected, Tipu could hear the roar even without the speaker. Oberon, you bastard from head to toe. Didn't you attack us with your toys first? Caesar sneered. The cooperation is over. Beep. In front of the door, Lancelot was casually pushed in by Catherine. At this time, she was retying Lancelot with layers of iron chains. Hammer stone is relatively brittle, but at least it will be worn off after 8 to 10 days of continuous grinding, Catherine said indifferently. If I were you, I wouldn't waste my strength. I was discovered. Lancelot's face changed slightly. Besides, I think it's better if you don't have strength, Catherine suddenly said. Lancelot furrowed his brows. After Catherine tied a new chain, she squinted and smiled. Those marking worms, in addition to temporarily peeling off your holy seal, seems to have some side effects. What do you mean? A virgin should be very flustered, right? Catherine gently lifted her chin, and then slowly left the room under Lancelot's angry gaze. After Catherine closed the door and left, Lancelot quickly walked to the door and listened. After a while, she spat out an iron wire from her mouth. It was found on the back of the pickup truck. Is it really good for us to do these things? We are not superheroes. In the social work center, Cheng Yuran and another person were moving boxes of things, according to the instructions of the one-eyed black man called Neil. It's better than doing nothing, Cheng Yuran said softly. Cheng, I need to go to the toilet. You go first. His companion shivered, put the things on the ground, and then hurriedly ran into the toilet. Cheng Yuran shook his head and continued to move the things. But when he passed by the room used to trap the orc, he stopped. He curiously opened the door and looked in. No matter how many times he saw it, he felt it was so incredible. In the place where he lived, there was actually such a creature that only existed in fantasy. If orcs really existed, then in his homeland, did monsters also exist? He thought subconsciously, but he seems to be quieter than before. Cheng Yuran noticed that this orc seemed to be in a drowsy state. He didn't seem to be on the verge of exploding like before. He frowned, and then found that in the room, besides this orc, there was actually a small figure. It seemed to be called Olga, that orc girl's brother. What surprised Cheng Yuran was that this orc boy who looked like a girl was holding a guitar and playing an incomplete song. Original scenery of Homeland. Cheng Yuran could not recognize this song, because this song was accidentally given to him after he met Will. Cheng Yuran vaguely heard about the moon contract in the conversation between Klein and Nick. It seemed to be able to restrain these orcs' violence, and the orc girl was also preparing for this. Seeing this magical scene, Cheng Yuran subconsciously pushed the door open and walked in. You! This soft voice startled Olga, and he stood up in a panic. At the same time, he stood there uneasily, not knowing what to do. Cheng Yuran waved his hand and tried to make his voice softer. He thought of something, took out his phone, and began to translate the Turkish language. Why don't I teach you the next part of this song? Olga was startled and then nodded. Cheng Yuran looked nervously at the orc who was tied up tightly, then slowly approached Olga and took him from his hands. He began to play. Outside the social work center, a group of people were busy working on the minivan that crashed into the wall. Neil had a simple blueprint in his hand. It won't work. This thing can't be used at all. The engine has been damaged. Will wiped his sweat and shook his head. Klein frowned and said, Maybe we can use another car to pull it as long as it can move. They were still discussing when their work suddenly stopped. The orc girl looked at these guys with some distrust. She doubted if their so-called plan would work. She sighed and then leaned against the wall, waiting for the result of their discussion. But at this moment, 2 strong rays of light suddenly shone. Behind the strong rays, there seemed to be a huge monster. The orc girl immediately became alert. Knight Klein even directly picked up the warhammer. Even Will, in a panic, grabbed a wrench. Finally, the behemoth slowly came to a stop. When the light stopped, what appeared in front of them was a huge mobile performance van that had been modified with a lot of spray-painted graffiti and a strong rock and roll style. A young man in a black jacket jumped down from the driver's seat. At the same time, a blonde woman also jumped down from the passenger seat. The man and woman's faces were even printed with decorative makeup. Rock and roll youth? Will was stunned. He felt a sense of familiarity with this kind of dressing. The orc girl's mouth was wide open. Obviously, she had recognized who the man and woman were. The orc girl blurted out, changing clothes again. "No, why are you here? Do you know them?" The Knight of Klein quickly looked at the young orc lady. The orc girl could only nod. "I've met them and received some help from them. This man seems to be a magician." Magician? Will couldn't help but be stunned. "Not the kind of performing magician, you know," Klein quickly said, then hesitantly walked in front of the man and woman. The man wearing the rock and roll youth costume. Boss Luo smiled and said, "You seem to need help, right?" Nick stared blankly at the two of them, driving the huge modified performance van. How timely! Genius remembered the address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1306. Cool! When the people who were moving things out saw the large modified truck in front of the door, they all opened their mouths in surprise. Klein still felt that it was a bit unbelievable. Although the little orc girl had confirmed that they were people she knew, and they were good people who had helped her before, Klein still felt that this pair of man and woman appeared too timely. Yes, it was too timely. They knew what he needed, and they directly sent almost all the best things to him. The door of the train could automatically open, and the equipment inside was complete. It was enough to support an open-air concert with tens of thousands of people. Even if they wanted to prepare it, it would take a long time. How could they find it so easily? Moreover, it was because I happened to see it on the road, and I thought it might be useful, so I drove it here. Such a reason? Are you two really magicians? Klein calmed down and decided to test the other party's background first. Can you show me the proof from the Magicians Association? Of course, Boss Luo didn't have this kind of thing, but it was just a matter of thought to get such a proof. Of course. There were also those wandering magicians who weren't certified by the Magicians Association. Boss Luo, who had always maintained the good quality of energy saving, decided, "I'm a wandering magician. If you want proof, is this okay?" Unexpectedly, Miss Maid took out a pendant that was hanging on a silver necklace at this time. The pendant was in the shape of two snakes biting each other's tails, and in the middle was a special symbol, gold. Klein stared at the pendant seriously. At first, he was a little confused. Then his face began to become confused, as if he was trying hard to remember something. In the end, the black man Neil whispered something directly in his ear, and Knight Klein's face changed slightly. "Your Excellency, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to come." Not only Klein, but also the black man Nick's attitude changed at this time. "My companion and I just happened to be here for a vacation, and I really don't want to see such a good tourist spot again. I'm looking forward to the next time I come. This place is still as beautiful as ever," Yu Yi said with a smile. Then, Klein and Nick looked at each other and nodded. "Thank you for your help this time. I will definitely report this matter to the Night Division. If possible, can you tell me your name?" "Pansy." She said a name. Klein and Neil remembered this name at the same time. "There's no time to lose. Since there's already one, let's start preparing." Knowing that the current situation did not allow for any delay, Klein quickly informed the two of them and began to prepare the truck that had arrived just in time for the show. Looking at them, the shop owner, who was dressed up by the maid, asked curiously, "What did you show them?" "It's the Magician Association's secret apothecary certification badge." The maid smiled and said, "In the past, for the convenience of work, I casually got one. Generally speaking, for magicians, especially the secret apothecaries of magicians in Europe, the inhuman people are more polite. Luaccio nodded and smiled. Hierarchy system. The maid said softly, the establishment of the system is more clear here. Sometimes the proof of identity is more popular than the real strength. Watching Knight Klein and the others start to move things into the truck, Boss Luo asked casually, "Is there any special meaning in using the name Pansy?" The maid smiled and said, "Because when I signed up, I happened to read a fairy tale and didn't want to use my original name, so I used this name from the fairy tale." Luaccio also read this fairy tale when he was a child, so he smiled and said, "A flower that can help people fulfill their wishes." After you became a secret apothecary, you sold a lot of formulas, right? Just a little. The maid smiled slightly. While they were talking, a petite figure slowly approached. Her footsteps were a little hesitant, and her expression was a little hesitant. She wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. She looked uneasy. It was the little orc girl, Ellie. "We meet again, Miss Ellie." Luaccio habitually greeted her first. Lu nodded and blinked. Like Klein, she also felt that this gentleman's appearance was too timely. Naturally, such a lousy excuse would not be convincing. Thus, she easily found a more suitable excuse. "Have you been following me?" "Again me?" the orc girl asked timidly. Boss Luo asked in a soft voice that could easily lead people astray, "Miss Ellie, are you really going to help Knight Klein?" The question directly pointed to the orc girl's heart, and the degree of priority directly overshadowed the doubts in her heart at this time. She nodded, and her eyes were a little firm. "Our situation is actually not very good. If this matter isn't dealt with properly, I'm afraid that my life will be even more difficult in the future. 30 years ago, there was a riot of beast men. Because they did some very extreme things, it led to a long period of anti-beastmen upsurge. This time, you want to help them. I want to help them, even if I have to pay a price." The little orc girl took a deep breath. "I know that even if this matter is settled, the Knight mechanism won't forget this matter so easily. They might even face a rather severe punishment. But if they are not calmed down and are allowed to fight wildly, they will only have one ending, and that is death. And the orcs in the world will also have a more miserable ending because of this. I know, I don't have the right to decide their fate, but at least I don't want to see the worst result. That is, they will die in battle, and all the orcs will bear more infamy because of this." This was almost said in one breath. She was not timid, but firm and straightforward. But the orc girl's momentum did not last until the end. In the end, she became nervous again. Did I say something wrong?" "No." Luaccio shook his head. "I personally prefer this answer. But correspondingly, when they wake up, they may bear a grudge against you. Perhaps, after they wake up, they would rather die in battle than accept the so-called punishment. Of course, you can't cover all of them at once. Perhaps some of them will be grateful to you." "I'm not afraid." Luaccio smiled slightly. "But what you need to do now is not to be afraid, but to protect yourself well." "Protect?" Miss Ellie was stunned. Boss Luo looked at his servant girl, and the servant girl looked at the orc girl with a faint smile. "Miss Ellie, are you planning to appear in front of them like this?" Change your clothes." As the servant girl said, she magically took out one piece in each hand, 2 pieces of clothing with different styles, but at the same time they were quite revealing at a glance. Just like that, they hung down from her hands. After the servant girl finished speaking, she did not wait for the orc girl's response and directly pulled her into the social work center. "Iowa? This don't stop. Probably it's a hobby?" Boss Luo looked at the orc girl, who was pulled away in a panic with interest and couldn't help but smile. At this time, someone also came to him with hesitant steps. Chung Yuran. The movement outside naturally did not escape him. After he came out later, he inquired a little about the 2 new guys from Will. Of course, Will was also confused. He only knew that they seemed to be temporary companions. "What's the matter?" Luocho looked at Cheng Yiran and smiled slightly. "Have we met somewhere before?" Cheng Yiran frowned and asked. "Maybe," Luocho said softly and then nodded. "I'll see if they need help. You'll also help, right?" Cheng Yiran nodded subconsciously. In the dressing room, the orc girl's petite figure was now curled up in the corner. She was completely hidden from the servant girl. She covered her shoulders with both hands. Her top had disappeared somehow, leaving only the white underwear that was slightly raised. Her smooth lower abdomen obviously did not have any excess fat. In addition, her skin was slightly dark, but it was a very healthy color. It was like a shiny black pearl. Which one is better to wear? The servant girl did not seem to be much different from most of the women standing in front of the fitting mirror at this time. "Neither is good," she said with a trembling voice. The strange sailor suit she wore last time was still fresh in her memory, but she could still wear it, but the two in front of her were too shameful. Looking at the servant girl who seemed to have chosen, the orc girl suddenly had an impulse to rush out and fight with the orc instead of staying here. No. In the warehouse of the building, the sound of an explosion sounded instantly. The door of the cargo room was directly blown up. A berserk orc flew out of the fire. Its body was full of crisscrossing wounds, as if it had been injured by a sharp weapon. In the fire of the door, a man walked out slowly with a sword. At this moment, even the berserk orcs seemed to be hiding a trace of fear under their ruthless gazes. Orcs are the root of all evils. The man raised the long sword in his hand, the demon's sword. The scarlet lines, like flowing blood, were shining on the blade at this time. At this moment, the orc roared angrily. With its powerful strength and the effect of berserk, it jumped up again and pounced on the man, like a flash of black lightning. When the orc landed on the ground, its limbs had been cut off. Only the orc, who could still move, seemed to have finally woken up from the state of berserk. Its solid muscles began to shrink, and its body began to shrink. Obviously, when it completely recovered, it was only a very thin old man. But before he could say a word, the black light flashed before his eyes. The last thing he saw was the orc's body with its limbs cut off. With a wave of the demon's sword, blood splashed out and scattered on the ground. The man turned to another direction. From the beginning to the end, there was nothing but disgust in his eyes. The fire in the city didn't seem to show any signs of slowing down. Finally, with the magic sword in hand, he quickly found a new target. A guy was climbing on top of a building and constantly roaring, completely treating the city like a primeval forest. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the demon's sword in his hand emitted a dark red luster. The truth is that the world has quieted down. With the help of the demon's sword, he jumped up from the ground and ran on the outer wall of the building. At an extremely fast speed, he rushed to the orc and slashed down with the demon's sword. The orc didn't even have time to react. Its head was separated from its body and fell to the ground. At this time, the man grabbed the broken glass window of the building with one hand and looked at the street below, looking for his next target. In the darkness of the night, the dark river surged violently. On the riverbed of the Thames, a small boat was slowly moving toward the foggy harbor, which was illuminated by the light of the fire. On the ship, there was a group of people wearing black cloaks and hoods that covered their faces. One of them was standing at the bow of the boat, looking at the chaotic and burning city with a telescope. At this time, a little bird emitting a faint light flew over from the night sky. The little bird seemed to be made of light and was very beautiful. Finally, it landed on the shoulder of the cloaked person standing at the bow of the boat and called softly. "Has it started?" It was a man with a deep voice who shouldn't be too young. At this time, a person wearing the same clothes walked up from behind. "Mr. Ace, do we need to log in now?" The man on the bow. Mr. Ace reached out to play with the light bird on his shoulder and chuckled. "Don't worry. Our employer hasn't given us any instructions yet, right? But I'm starting to admire this employer. He's really patient, Indeed. The man behind him agreed, and then suddenly asked, "Sir, this time our Magician Association dispatched so many elites, but isn't the reward a little? Don't just look at the little wealth on the books." Mr. Ace said indifferently, "Those tower masters value the promises under the books." Promises? What promises? However, Mr. Ace acted as if he didn't hear his subordinate's question and continued to focus on teasing the light bird on his shoulder. The subordinate didn't ask any more questions at this time and then respectfully retreated. Mr. Ace continued to look at the famous city ahead and suddenly muttered in a low voice, "It's really a night mechanism full of disasters." There seemed to be a thump, thump, thump sound in her ears. When Miss Ork awkwardly walked out of the changing room of the social work center and appeared in front of everyone, 2 members of the punk band whistled directly to express her skinny figure at this time. The girl's slender body was wearing leather boots. The high-slit tights only covered the private part below her lower abdomen and upward. The mature, smoky makeup on her face completely covered the girl's original immaturity. The oncoming dusty air almost made the 2 men a little unable to control their guns. At this time, the orc girl could only helplessly reach down with one hand and try to cover her legs as much as possible. At the same time, the other hand only covered a small part of her soft chest. At this time, the maid suddenly pushed the orc girls back mischievously. "You can debut now." The little girl staggered. Her agile body was so stiff that she didn't know what to do. She fell to the ground. Oh, it turned out that there was a good space reserved for her slightly raised buttocks. Her tail swayed slightly in the air. "No, don't look." Chapter 1307. The Fianna Headquarters. The fighter jet used for the expedition had crashed, and there were only a few survivors left in the entire team. In the end, they still completed the final mission and brought back the information of the battle between the 12 Knights of the Round Table and Oberon. After taking off the dragon cavalry armor, the survivors looked terrified as if they were about to collapse. They let the staff begin to adjust the cabin and carry out the post-war rest. In fact, although they were able to return this time, their data had reached the dangerous warning line. If they didn't adjust in time, they would not be any better than the other members who had died. The survivors slowly closed their eyes. As for what the future would be, they didn't want to care about it anymore. They just lacked actual combat experience. In the control room, looking at the survivors who entered the adjustment cabin, the Prime Minister gave such a reason. He had even recovered from the blow of the failure of this operation and encouraged the people here. Although our operation this time has failed, the data obtained is also incomparably precious. This has made us realize the shortcomings of the Dragon Knights and the shortcomings of the pilots. In the future, this is the direction we will take to conquer this. We have reached the inhuman realm in terms of strength. What we lack is something else: technology, more data, and fighting spirit. Such words were better than nothing. People were used to looking for a reason that could make failure not sad. The Prime Minister didn't stay in the control room for too long. After a few simple words, he left under the escort of the officer. There were too many things that would give him a headache, such as how to deal with the cabinet ministers and how to deploy the military. After that, he still needed to negotiate with the Night Division. Finally, he even had to deal with the impact of the riot in Fog City and rebuild. The Prime Minister even had a feeling that in the next 6 months, he might not even be able to get a half-day holiday. "Prepare a helicopter for me." At this time, the Prime Minister ordered the officer accompanying him, "After we get on the plane, give me another impromptu video conference. It's almost time to brush off those old fogies in the cabinet. Also, connect me to the military now. I want to know the current evacuation progress." The Prime Minister paused, as if there were more orders. He was sorting out his thoughts at this time, so he muttered, but the officer beside him didn't do anything at this time. He couldn't help but frown. "Didn't you hear what I said? I told you to connect me to the military immediately. Are you so frightened by the commotion outside that you can't think straight?" I'm sorry, Mr. Prime Minister, but you no longer have the authority to order me around, the officer said calmly. What nonsense are you talking about? The officer smiled. Because you have been temporarily suspended from your position as Prime Minister. I'm sorry, Mr. Prime Minister. You are now suspected of shifting government funds, colluding with foreign inhumans, and even planning to kidnap the Queen. So I need to arrest you now. What did you say? The Prime Minister looked at his confidant in disbelief. You arrested me. Who gave you the authority? I'm sure Sir Hopkins will be willing to answer that question when you see him. Putin! The officer didn't say anything else. Instead, before the Prime Minister could react, he rushed up and knocked him out. This sudden turn of events terrified the two bodyguards beside the Prime Minister. But before they could draw their pistols, the officer had already knocked them to the ground at lightning speed. As for the escorts who had come out from the base, they were stunned on the spot. Operate as usual here. Wait for my return. The officer looked at the staff in front of him and slowly ordered. On the long street, there were at least 5 violent orcs. 2 of them were even holding onto residents who were on the verge of death. Mr. Gareth had to be very careful, lest the aftermath of the battle would cause these hostages whose lives were in danger. If he was facing these orcs alone, he naturally wouldn't have so many scruples. After besieging the leader of the myths of Doomsday, Oberon, except for Geraint, who could only rest at the moment due to excessive consumption, the other 4 still maintained considerable combat power. Therefore, after leaving the monastery, they were immediately dispatched to the major streets of Fog City to begin suppressing the orc riots. At this time, a few cold lights flashed in the air, and then Mr. Clown hurried through the buildings. Mr. Gareth couldn't help but be shocked. He was afraid that this guy wouldn't hold back at all and hurt the 2 residents who were on the verge of death. Dagonite, don't mess around. However, at this time, the flying daggers easily pierced the shoulder joints of these orcs. The hostages were able to escape at once. Several elite knights who were always ready rushed out in an instant and directly rescued the hostages. Then, Mr. Clown directly knocked these orcs to the ground with the speed of a gust of wind sweeping the fallen leaves. The rioting orcs fell under him, and then the flying daggers returned to his fingers. Mr. Clown's face was full of tears. I say, Gareth, can you have a little more confidence in me? I'm a person who made a knight's oath in front of King Arthur's statue. Mr. Gareth couldn't help but roll his eyes. He didn't have time to pay attention to this guy. He hurriedly ordered the elite knights to bring back the knocked-down orcs. The orcs' frenzy hadn't been removed, but they had been imprisoned by the elite knights with special binding props. They had completely lost the ability to move and could only make meaningless noises. They are all residents with legal identities, but they were bewitched. At this time, Mr. Gareth ordered the elite knights to put the blanketed orcs on a transport vehicle. Take good care of them after bringing them back. We need to find a way to stop their madness. If they really can't calm down, I suggest you use tranquilizers. Yes, the knights began to get busy. Naturally, there were more than a few orcs who had just been knocked down by Mr. Clown on the transport vehicle. Originally, there were already more than 20 orcs lying on the vehicle. Gareth, I'll leave first to clear the area. I'll leave these troublesome matters to you. After Mr. Clown said his farewells, he ran away on the long street. Gareth was a little helpless, but speaking of which, perhaps he was really born to deal with such trivial matters. In fact, it didn't take too much time to load the vehicles. The key was that the vehicles were already full. They needed to transport these orcs back. Gareth didn't feel at ease letting the knights be responsible for the transport because he didn't know where the group of mythology of doomsday thugs were hiding in the Fog City. Mr. Gareth, maybe I can help you. In a dark alley, a man was dragging a heavily injured orc out. Gareth looked at him and was a little surprised. He then nodded and said, "So it's you, Mr. Simpton." Head Knight Simpton threw the heavily injured orc on the ground. Afterward, someone immediately restrained this orc and pushed it onto the transport vehicle. Simpton said with a serious face, "Leave the transport to me." You guys are more efficient than us in suppressing the orcs. We need to quell the chaos in the Fog City as soon as possible." Gareth couldn't disagree with him. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, "Okay, then, I'll leave the transport to you, Head Knight Simpton." "As you wish, the great Head Knight Gareth." Simpton bowed to him as a junior knight greeting a senior knight. "Oh, you're too cautious. Mr. Simpton, relax." Gareth patted him on the shoulder. "We are comrades, not subordinates. Then I'll go first." Head Knight Simpton nodded. "I'll come out as soon as I'm done. I'll wait for your good news." After he said that, he directly walked onto the transport vehicle. Gareth watched the transport vehicle leave and began to focus again. Although he still had a lot of energy left, too many things had happened since Farrell broke out of prison last night and the chaos in the Fog City tonight. He was starting to feel tired. Suddenly, he felt a slight wetness on his finger. He looked down and realized there was a trace of blood on his finger. It was still fresh. He rubbed the blood with his finger and looked at the transport vehicle leaving. Maybe he was just overthinking. Gareth shook his head, but he still moved and walked towards the alley where Simpton came from. He smelled a strong smell of blood. Gareth frowned and raised his hand. A ball of light appeared on his palm along with an ancient language. It was the language of the elves that only the 12 knights could use. The light source instantly lit up the dark alley. There was a long trail of blood on the ground. It was an injured body that was forcefully dragged on the ground. It was probably the orc that Simpton brought out. He slowly walked forward along the trail of blood. He felt like there was something in front of him. Finally, he stopped in front of a door. It seemed to be the back door of a restaurant. The door was unlocked. The trail of blood also started here. Gareth gently pushed the door open and walked in. After a few seconds, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. In front of him, in front of the restaurant, he saw orcs kneeling on the ground with wounds all over their bodies. They had already gone through extreme punishment. They had already become cold corpses. The corpses were kneeling on the ground in a posture of repentance. The floor was covered in thick, scarlet blood. It was like a slaughterhouse. Gareth's expression suddenly changed. Sir Perkins' manor. In Sir Hopkins' private office. Sir Hopkins sat quietly like this, waiting for something. On the opposite side of the office desk, a middle-aged man with slightly bald hair was sitting with his head half tilted. His head was hanging down. Maybe he had been like this for some time. The man who was sitting with his head tilted suddenly woke up and then raised his head in a panic. "You actually betrayed. It's you. Hopkins." The one who came to his senses was the Prime Minister of the British government. When he saw his enemy, the Prime Minister looked around frantically. This was a completely unfamiliar place to him, but he knew where this place was because he had seen it in the intelligence reports. "Mr. Prime Minister, you should be very familiar with the environment here." Sir Hopkins smiled and said, "Because I think on your desk there must be a very detailed intelligence report about this place, right?" "Hopkins." The Prime Minister suddenly stood up and pressed his hands on the desk. He glared at the other party. "You dare to lynch me? Do you know what you are doing?" Sir Hopkins waved his hand casually. "I know very well what I am doing, Mr. Prime Minister. Why don't you also listen to what I know? What do you want to do?" The Prime Minister instantly calmed down, and at the same time quickly sorted out the information he had. He was silent and sat down again. Sir Hopkins said slowly, "You want to deal with the night mechanism, right?" The Prime Minister sneered and said nothing. Sir Hopkins continued, "Every year a large amount of money flows to your secret base. Over the years you have created a total of 23 dragon riders and named them the Fianna, the Fenian warriors in Celtic mythology. You think this group of warriors can be compared to our Knights of the Round Table. In fact, I really admire your efforts from the bottom of my heart. After all, you have used your own efforts to prove that ordinary people can also set foot in the inhuman realm. The Prime Minister sneered, "I am not surprised at all that you would take out all the information about the research results at this time. I really didn't expect that the person I thought highly of would betray me." Sir Hopkins shook his head. "His name is Orphan. In fact, he is my adopted son, and also a knight of our knight mechanism. He has never been your subordinate, my Prime Minister." "Good, very good." The Prime Minister gritted his teeth and was so angry that he couldn't say anything. "Continue?" Sir Hopkins leaned back in his seat. "You quickly thought of a plan. You funded a mob organization. This organization is called the Myth of Doomsday, right? In a few years, you have provided a lot of activity funds to this organization, right? In addition, you also secretly bought some equipment from the Magician Association and then gave it to them. Of course, this organization didn't waste your resources in vain. The Fianna seems to have several technologies that were seized from other places through this organization, right? Let me think. Last year, there was a batch of stolen aerospace materials in the United States, and it seemed to be your handiwork." "Ridiculous. A one-sided story." The Prime Minister snorted. "Later, you felt that the time was right." Sir Hopkins still said calmly, "You felt that you shouldn't have anything to do with this organization anymore because it would affect your future career. It just so happened that our Crown Prince seemed to have really lost his patience. He didn't want to wait any longer. After all, he was almost 70 years old. A 70-year-old Crown Prince is indeed too long of a wait." The Prime Minister's face finally changed slightly. Sir Hopkins said indifferently, "You let the people of the Myth of Doomsday kidnap the Queen and declare war on the British government. You have a very good reason to use the Fianna. You can use the Fianna. Not only will this incident uproot the organization you funded, but perhaps our Queen will also die in this kidnapping due to an unfortunate accident. Let me think. When everything is over, it should be time for the Crown Prince to ascend to the throne, right? Then, as the Knight organization that did nothing in the matter of the Queen being kidnapped by an Inhuman, it will become a role to be impeached by the cabinet. Perhaps the Fianna has the possibility of replacing the Knight organization. Oh, there's one more thing. You probably didn't expect that the people of the Myth of Doomsday would actually directly ask the British government for the independence of the entire Northern Ireland region. This part is slightly beyond your control." Looking at the Prime Minister's ugly expression, Sir Hopkins smiled. "That's about it. Do you have anything to add?" "Yes." The Prime Minister sneered at this time. "Then you seem to have forgotten to search me." "Hopkins, you shouldn't have seen me alone." Suddenly, the Prime Minister lifted his clothes and pulled out an antique bronze pistol. He pointed the muzzle at the other party and smiled grimly. "Just a light touch, and the result will be the same. Goodbye, my good friend." Bang! Without leaving any time for Sir Hopkins to react, the Prime Minister pulled the trigger on this special gun. The whistling bullet stopped in front of Sir Hopkins at this moment, as if there was something blocking it and imprisoning it. The Prime Minister shot continuously in horror, but the bullets were stopped in front of Sir Hopkins one by one, until all the bullets were fired. The power is not bad. It's a new toy made by the Magician Association this year." The Prime Minister retreated in horror. Suddenly, he turned around and rushed out of the door recklessly. Sir Hopkins had no intention of stopping him. He just watched as the Prime Minister hurriedly opened the office door and rushed out. Then, step by step, he retreated back again. At this time, the Prime Minister's expression was so panicked. As he retreated step by step, he finally understood one thing. He squeezed out a voice and said with difficulty, "Oberon, it's you? How could, in front of the door, Caesar?" He walked in step by step with no expression on his face. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. The next chapter will be later. Scroll top load next chapter S. Chapter 1308. The truck was almost ready, but Miss Orc wrapped herself in a blanket and curled up in a corner. She felt that her purity had been tarnished by their gazes. She felt that she might get pregnant if they stared at her more. "Do you want to drink something? You'll feel better when you're nervous." Boss Luo walked over with a cup of hot cocoa. Of course, I'm not that good at cooking. It was a ready-made brew in the social work center. As for Miss Maid, she left alone after dressing up as an orc girl. As for whether it was Miss Maid's intention or Luacio's order, no one knew, and no one was stupid enough to ask. Although he had received help from the other party, he had never let his guard down. In fact, both Klein and Neil had been quietly observing his actions. "Thank you." The orc girl stretched out her hand from the blanket and took the warm cup, but she still tightly covered herself with the blanket, afraid that she would expose anything. Without this person's order, Miss Maid wouldn't be like this. Is she really interested in this? Luacio sat down beside her, and the orc girl drank her hot cocoa silently. "She wasn't like this before," Luacio suddenly said. Leia was startled and subconsciously turned to look at the side of her boss face. Boss Luo looked at Will and the others who were busy outside the gate and said gently, "You won't have too much communication with people like this, and there won't be many things that you're interested in. Probably you've experienced a stage where you're interested in everything and then lose interest. Later on, these things slowly came back. Don't mind it. This is actually her way of showing that she is willing to interact with people." Is she sick?" Lael asked subconsciously. Luacio just smiled and looked at the orc girl. Suddenly, he flipped his hand. In his palm, a clown mask appeared out of thin air. "I'll lend this to you, temporarily." "What's this?" Lael took the clown mask with a puzzled expression. Luacio said, "I call it false mask. I used it for a while, but I did need it later. Actually, it doesn't look like a clown. It doesn't have a fixed appearance. It can be changed according to your thoughts. Why don't you give it a try?" The little orc girl nodded obediently and put the mask on her face. Strangely, the mask seemed to have turned into a flowing liquid and attached itself to her face like a thin film. It was very comfortable. In the end, it turned into a silver eye patch covering the little girl's eyes and the bridge of her nose. An ordinary mirror suddenly appeared in front of her. The little orc girl, who was used to the other party's tricks, looked at the new form on the mirror and couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. "Is this a magic conductor?" she asked in surprise as she touched the blindfold on her face. "It's just a little trinket." Luacio smiled and said, "When I don't want to appear in front of people I know, I choose to wear it." The little orc girl knew what she needed to do next, so she understood the convenience that the mask brought her. Because of this, although she was very embarrassed, her body still accepted the maid's disguise. "It feels like I'm a different person," Lael muttered to herself. Luacio suddenly said softly, "Sometimes, no matter whether we put on the mask or take it off, we're still a different person." Lael was enlightened. She suddenly looked up and asked, "Do you want to hear a story?" "Actually, I like to listen to stories the most." Luacio's smile became more beautiful. The skin covered by the eye mask had some heat. The little orc girl's amber eyes glowed. "A long, long time ago, there was a little girl." Speaking of this, the little orc girl seemed a little uneasy. I'm not good at telling stories. Will the beginning be very cliché?" "What happened to the little girl later?" Luacio asked curiously. Lael calmed herself down. She couldn't hear the other person's heartbeat like Klein and Will. However, there was something that made her feel more at ease. Her intuition told her that the other person wasn't impatient at all. Instead, the other person treated her very gently. Since she was born, she rarely woke up. Lael said slowly because she was placed in an ice coffin since she was young. The only person who accompanied her was her brother. "Ice coffin?" "Yes, ice coffin." Lael nodded. Since the siblings were born, they couldn't stay in the outside world for a long time because of their congenital defects. This pair of siblings were actually born on the same day. When they were born, their mother had suffered a very serious injury. "Their mother?" Lael lowered her head and said, "Their mother insisted on giving birth to them and then left this world." In the end, their father had no choice but to place them in the ice coffin and find a way to treat them. Because he had to find a way to treat them, their father had no choice but to leave often. Since they were very, very young, the little girl consciously recorded the number of times she met her father. There were only 8 times. Every time, to the little girl and her little brother, it could be said to be the happiest thing, because every time they slept in the ice coffin, it could be a few months or it could be a few years, and the time they spent with their father was only a few short days. Just like this, time passed little by little. Finally, one day, the siblings woke up from the ice coffin again. At this time, they almost couldn't feel the pain caused by their birth defects. They suddenly had a feeling that perhaps they had already recovered. They hugged each other and cried. They desperately wanted to see their father, who had healed them. But what frightened them was that after they woke up this time, they didn't see their father again. They searched every place where they lived, but they still couldn't find any clues about their father. Just like this, they waited at the original place for a year. Finally, the resources there were used up. They discussed and decided to leave temporarily. They started to walk with difficulty and stopped from time to time. Along the way, they kept asking about their father. They also gradually met some of their own kind. Their own kind taught them how to survive, how to hide themselves, and how to protect themselves. But my sister was actually a very rude and stupid person. The little girl glanced at Boss Luo subconsciously. Luocho just blinked and let her continue. The little orc girl wrapped the blanket tighter. Once, because of impulsiveness, my sister accidentally hurt a few people. Those people were the descendants of rich families in that place. The siblings met their own kind and advised them to leave. The siblings didn't want to implicate their own kind, so they had to choose to leave the place where they lived for a few months temporarily. They continued to walk. At this time, my brother suddenly remembered a place. At that time, every time my father came back, he would take them to that place. They searched according to their vague memories. In the end, they successfully found that place. But that place was different. The surrounding environment was different, and it became a very big farm. They didn't want to leave like this. They thought that maybe there would be a day when their father would come back. So they quietly stayed there. This time, my sister learned to be smarter. She no longer argued with others and started to contact the farm workers. Gradually, the farm workers started to communicate with the siblings. They were all good people. They were very enthusiastic to help the siblings. Not only did they take them in, but they were also willing to let them stay to help with some things that they could do. In addition, they were also paid. She had a look of reminiscence on her face. Every day, they helped to weed and feed the poultry. After a day of work, they would gather in front of a very big table to eat and chat. The uncle in charge of driving the tractor was very good at singing, and the aunt who cooked was a person who liked to dance. The smell of hops was very fragrant, but my sister still liked milk tea, and my brother liked the taste of cream soup. Clouds, grass, farm, day by day, day by day. Father still didn't appear. Unfortunately, something unfortunate still happened. It happened in the middle of the night. A group of people suddenly came to the farm. They rushed into the farm and kept smashing everything around. Those uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters who were very good to the siblings were screaming in fear. The little girl grabbed her shoulders with both hands, and the blanket fell from her shoulders, which were not very wide. The girl saw an older sister being dragged into the house by the robbers. The older sister was crying in pain. She could only hug her brother tightly and hide in the straw shed, not daring to make any sound. But at this time, the kind farm owner who was very good to the siblings' chest was directly pierced through, and the farm owner's child, who was a few years old, the child was lifted up high by them, as if they were going to throw the child down. Throw the child down. They laughed crazily, as if they were crazy, as if they were demons. The girl rushed out. She rushed out recklessly, rushed out. She didn't realize what she had done. She also seemed to be crazy, crazy. The little orc girl's lips were slightly pale. I don't know how much time had passed. It seemed like a few years. The girl woke up. What terrified her was that she was surrounded by corpses. The corpses of the bandits. Their bodies were torn apart. Their arms, legs, heads. They were everywhere. Her body, her face, her favorite dress, they were all covered in blood. Blood. Uncle and aunts looked at the little girl with more fear than when they saw the robbers. She understood that she had made a mistake again. Will she regret it? Luaccio suddenly interrupted softly. I'm asking about the little girl. No. Lael shook his head, not at all. But she still left with her brother, because everything had changed. She knew that dinner was gone, the time to chat, tell stories, sing songs, and watch TV together was gone. Want to go back. Want to go back, but don't dare to go back. Lael smiled bitterly. In the following period of time, the siblings began to wander outside, continuing to inquire about their father's news. About half a year later, the siblings made a decision. They decided to go to their mother's hometown to take a look. Because when they were young, they had heard their father mention where their mother's hometown was, and they remembered it. A group of people appeared, saying that they could bring them to a place, but they didn't expect that this group of people turned out to be a group of hateful human traffickers. The little orc girl smiled bitterly. They were locked up on a ship in darkness. This stupid sister made a mistake again. Is she really stupid? Luaccio thought for a while, then said softly, We can't ask her to do more things, and we can't give her any help. Naturally, we can't and don't have the right to judge her. Is she tired? She didn't speak, pursing her lips tightly, raised her head, and kept moving her delicate amber eyes, watery, shaking her head, shaking her head. This story, is it very boring? Luaccio shook his head and said, I think if someone is willing to tell me a story, then it would be a very happy thing. No matter how long it is, no matter how familiar it seems, sad, happy. To me, it's something that I can do for a lifetime. So, if there's a continuation to this story, I'll be happy to listen to it. The little orc girl lowered her head and said weakly, Don't you already know the rest? Luaccio smiled, then reached out and wrapped the blanket that the little orc girl loosened in excitement again. But there are also things that will happen in the future, right? Future. She looked at Luaccio in a daze. The face in front of her. She felt as if she was seeing her father in a dream. It was a stable feeling. This person, maybe her little heart started to tremble. Suddenly, ready. Klein's voice could be heard, shouting loudly. The little orc girl suddenly stood up. The blanket slid down from her body, revealing the rather revealing high-slit leather coat again. She took a deep breath. I'm going. Then she walked over stiffly, step by step, looking a little funny. Luaccio smiled, then put away the blanket on the ground. At this time, a small figure came in front of him. It was the rather delicate Olga. Thank you. The little orc boy timidly looked up at Luaccio, who was 2 heads taller than him. Boss Luo chose to bend down, reached out and patted his head, looked into his eyes and said, You have a very strong sister. Olga's face was slightly red, then he quickly said, My sister is still growing, don't worry. Her body will be very good in the future. Wearing those clothes, she'll look better. Olga turned around and left. My biological brother, ##########PS. 8/30. Chapter 1309. Will wiped his sweat after moving the last battery into the truck. But his partner was still adjusting the audio equipment in the truck. This part of the adjustment should be completed soon. Chungaran was sitting in the corner of the container. Will walked over curiously and saw that he was holding a guitar in one hand and a mobile phone in the other. As he listened, he would pluck the strings of the guitar a few times. Chang, what are you doing? You're still composing at this time? Will was surprised, although Will couldn't call himself a musician. As a fan of rock music, he could tell what Chang Iran was doing. Chang Iran nodded and stretched out his phone. signaling Will to listen to the voice. Will took the phone and listened for a while out of curiosity. This is Moon Contract. Will quickly recognized the origin of the sound. It was the song that the little orc girl sang for sacrifice. In fact, rather than a song, it was more like an ode. It was just that the pronunciation leaned towards a scale, so it sounded more like some kind of ballad. However, if one listened to it in its entirety, they would find that it was more like a recitation. This must have been secretly recorded by Chung Iran, Will thought. At first, Klein and Nick didn't think that the little orc girl would be very useful when she calmed down the berserk orc. So they tried it a few times and found that the moon contract was really useful. Then they started to carry out this plan. It'll be chaotic if there are too many people. Chung Iran smiled. So I decided to do something else. Just think of it as me being bored. At this time, Klein came over and said that everything was ready and they could start. After a while, the little orc girl appeared in front of everyone again. In front of the truck, Boss Luo, dressed as a rock youth, slowly walked over with a box of mineral water in his hand. Nick, who was standing in front of the door, was stunned. It seemed that everything was ready, but he didn't think about drinking water. After all, this wasn't an outing. After all, it's not a movie. It's impossible to be thirsty after a few hours of activity. Luaccio smiled casually. The black man was silent. After a while, he licked his dry lips and suddenly asked, "How's your driving skill?" Luaccio looked at the big truck. Although he was the one who drove it, it was only in the first gear. It was moving slowly, and the journey was short. It would probably be interesting to drive this thing through the streets of the city. Thinking that it might be helpful to try something new, Luaccio smiled and said, "I'll try my best." "Well, I'll leave it to you." Nick nodded. "Maybe I can make room for you. If it's only Klein, it might be a little difficult." He needed to be in charge of defense with Klein. At least, before the little orc girl's song took effect, the berserk orcs would still be able to move for a short period of time. Although the truck was modified, it was obvious that its iron sheet couldn't withstand the attack of the berserk orcs. Luaccio sat in the driver's seat and put his hands on the steering wheel. He suddenly thought that if Ren Xiling sat in the seat, she would probably be very excited. At this time, Nick also sat in the passenger seat and looked at this young man worriedly. He looked like a newbie who had just gotten his driver's license. He couldn't help but worry a little. Was this person really okay? "Well, where should we go, Mr. Nick?" "Here." Nick quickly connected his phone to the car's navigation system and pointed at a red spot on the electronic map. "This is the nearest battle point to us. Our team of knights is suppressing 4 berserk orcs here." "Here." "Okay." Boss Luo nodded. Rin Xiling's driving skills downloaded. Download successful. Installation successful. The truck started very slowly, then it got faster and faster. Finally, it didn't intend to slow down at the crossroad. The black man's fingers couldn't help but tremble. He subconsciously grasped the armrest and widened his eyes. Then, at the exit of the crossroad, the big truck suddenly swung its tail, moved smoothly, turned, and continued to accelerate. Wasn't she trying too hard? The black man opened his mouth slightly. The truck drifted. Boss Luo, who had both hands on the steering wheel, was also a little surprised. That woman at home. How much driving skills did she usually seal away? Fog City was very big. The orcs living here were scattered everywhere. Even the 12 knights couldn't suppress all the orcs. They could only suppress them one by one, especially a few important points that needed the 12 knights to guard. If a berserk orc went crazy in the crowd, the casualties would increase exponentially. So, only 3 of the 12 knights were really mobile. The rest were led by the Grand Knights of the Knight Organization to carry out the task. In fact, some of the small squads only had 1 team of elite knights to face the difficulties head-on. In front of the supermarket, a team of 5 elite knights bit a hard bone. They didn't know why 4 berserk orcs gathered in front of the supermarket. There were even trapped supermarket employees inside. They had to be in a stalemate with the 4 berserk orcs here for a long time, but they still couldn't suppress them successfully. Damn it, these guys have endless stamina. Cover me and try to sprint again. This time we have to kill one as soon as possible, or our stamina will be exhausted. Seeing that one of the berserk orcs was holding a huge machete, this orc was in charge of the meat stall in the supermarket. Although this kind of machete couldn't be compared to the weapons of the knights, but with the support of the orc's violent strength, its power was very shocking. Even if it wasn't used to chop people, it could easily break a person's bones if it was used to slap them. Roar! The orc holding a machete rushed out from inside, and the huge machete slashed down. The sprinting elite knight narrowly dodged it, but the road was directly cut open by the other party's machete. Under such an impact, the machete didn't break, and there wasn't even a dent. I knew it. This isn't an ordinary tool. This guy must have hidden a weapon. The losing elite knight couldn't help but say bitterly. At this moment, the orc with the huge machete suddenly began to shout. At the same time, the other orcs in the supermarket rushed out at the same time. Although they were still as berserk as before, they seemed to have some kind of cooperation. Warrior level. This guy is a warrior level orc. We're in trouble this time. The elite knight squad was shocked. A warrior level berserk orc wasn't something that a squad of elite knights could handle, not to mention that there were other berserk orcs around him. We must hold on. I received a signal for backup. He said he'll be here soon. An elite knight looked at the internal communication device of the knight's mechanism in surprise. He'll be here soon. How soon? He'll be here soon. Boom, 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 boom. The ear-piercing sound of a trumpet suddenly rang out at this time. They saw a huge object moving rapidly in the dazzling light source. Now, a few elite knights were dumbfounded as they stared at a huge, modified truck full of graffiti. At this moment, it was speeding down the long street, and it had no intention of slowing down at all. Finally, the sound of emergency brakes sounded crazily, and on the road, black friction marks appeared on the tires. The steering wheel of the big truck suddenly turned, and the front of the truck seemed to be separated from the body of the truck. At this moment, the whole big truck moved diagonally, and the rear half of the container directly crashed into the berserk orc with the machete. The huge impact directly knocked this warrior-level orc into the air and smashed into the supermarket signboard. The elite knights instantly opened their mouths wide. In the car, Mr. Nick grabbed the edge of the window with both hands and slowly turned his neck stiffly to look at the driver beside him. The driver, Boss Luo, released his hands from the steering wheel and said thoughtfully, no wonder she likes to race. It's quite interesting. Mr. Nick, are you okay? No, I'm fine. The black man showed a smile that wasn't too bad and then directly pushed open the door and climbed out of the car with weak legs. In the container at the back, everyone was squeezed together in a mess, and they all saw stars. You're the backup, One-Eyed Nick? You were the one who contacted me just now. An elite knight recognized the black man who got out of the car. Nick nodded, then covered his mouth as if he was forcefully swallowing something. Then he took a deep breath and knocked on the container forcefully. At this moment, a gap opened on the top of the container, and then a lift platform slowly lifted the orc lady who was covered with a tablecloth. The tablecloth was like a cloak, fluttering in the wind. The knights looked at this small figure with a silver eye mask and couldn't help but frown. They didn't know what One-Eyed Nick wanted to do. At the same time, the 4 corners of the container began to open, and a few loudspeakers were quickly pushed out. Finally, the orc lady who had completely risen to the top of the container suddenly untied the cloak on her body. She looked around coldly, then she directly squatted down and retched. The scene suddenly changed. It seems that I went a bit overboard. Boss Luo had just unscrewed the cap of the mineral water and was about to drink some water to calm himself down, and then directly put down the mineral water. Nick, what are you doing? This is your support? Are you here to be funny? The knights were instantly furious. The battlefield isn't a place for you to play. seeing the orc warlord who was slammed into the supermarket by the large truck shake his head, shake off the dizziness and land again, regroup and begin to command the other 3 berserk orcs to attack, the knights couldn't help but be secretly anxious. They saw Klein open the container door and then jump to the top of the container. With a war hammer in his hand, he directly guarded the orc lady's side and then nodded at the orc lady. The little orc girl who had recovered took a deep breath at this time, then held the microphone with both hands and opened her mouth slightly. In the container, Chung Yiran and the others wore headphones, and their fingers were placed on the mixer, ready at any time. "Nick, stop playing." "Klein, I recognize you. Even if you are Mr. Gareth's student, you can't mess around. Hurry up and come down. Let's get into formation and knock down the orc warlord first." Klein raised his shield and warhammer at the same time, then banged hard to attract the attention of the orc warlord. Damn it, this reckless young man! The knights gritted their teeth and were about to rush forward with their swords. At this time, the loudspeakers at the 4 corners of the container suddenly emitted a harsh sound of electric current. After that, the surroundings suddenly quieted down. Lael began to sing slowly. Just like that, the children sleep peacefully, sighing about the sparkling sparks in the ashes. 1, 2, floating bubbles, admiring faces. The orc warlord raised the machete in his hand and let out a loud roar. Like a beast that had been freed from its cage, his scarlet eyes were wide open. He led the 3 berserk orcs, gritted his teeth, and walked towards her step by step. Her voice started to tremble, and her hand that was holding the microphone started to tremble. She didn't dare to look at these orcs from the corner of her eyes and subconsciously looked away. Finally, her amber eyes found a place that made her feel at ease. She met Luocho's gaze. He smiled and encouraged her. She gripped the microphone tightly with both hands and finally met the scarlet eyes of the several berserk orcs again. Her voice began to calm down. Thousands of dreams hanging on the earth. In the night of the swaying silver pupils, the resplendent you are born. Their footsteps began to become hesitant. The 3 berserk orcs behind the warlord held their heads, appearing to be in pain as they let out sorrowful cries. Holding the machete, he was still struggling, and his ferocious nature was roaring at this time. Her singing voice was like gentle hands, and the singing girl seemed to be hugging each of them. Even if hundreds of millions of years have turned countless prayers to dust, I'll still continue to pray. Please be sure to leave hickeys on these children's loving hands, she sang over and over again. The orc warlord's eyes had dimmed at some point, and the scarlet color faded. The huge machete in his hand also fell from his hand. Their heads hung low as they stood motionless in place, as if they had fallen asleep amid the singing. It's really stopped. The knights subconsciously put down the weapons in their hands and watched this scene in disbelief. I'll still continue to pray. Please be sure to leave hickeys on these children's loving hands, the singing continued. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. The next chapter will be later. Genius remembers this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1310. The voice gradually became softer. Inside the container, everyone began to adjust the volume. It was more like a whisper, like a mother's lullaby. Seeing this, Klein jumped down from the container gently, and then carefully approached the orc warrior with Nick. Finally, the 2 of them successfully arrived in front of the orc warrior without the orc warrior resisting. The 2 of them looked at each other, then quickly took out restraining tools and directly locked the orc warrior's hands and feet. From the beginning to the end, the orc warrior seemed to be half awake, until the 2 of them did the same thing and controlled the other 3 berserk beastmen. The little beastman girl on the top of the truck finally stopped. Her footsteps were a little shaky as she staggered back half a step. When the singing stopped, the orcs immediately reacted. They seemed to be a little more awake, and there was a slight struggle. Their rationality seemed to be wandering on the edge of madness. Seeing this, the other elite knights hurriedly came up and directly injected the orcs with sedatives. Only then did they really calm down. The elite knights were greatly relieved, and then came in front of Klein and Nick and asked in amazement, "Klein, Nick, you are really good. Who is this singer? Does our organization have such a person?" They looked curiously at the top of the container. There was a young girl wearing a revealing outfit and a silver eye mask. Someone whistled softly. They are some friends I met on the road," Klein said quickly. Thus, Clay quickly said, "This singing lady is a wandering freelance magician. She's good at the magic of the sound system. They've volunteered to help us suppress the riot this time." He didn't directly say the identity of the orc girl. This made the orc girl on the top of the container look at Klein's back with gratitude. "I see." The knights didn't have much doubt. Freelance magicians did exist. They wandered around the world, and some caused trouble and some were chivalrous. The knights had obviously heard and even seen it. Perhaps it wasn't just here. At this time, somewhere in the Fog City, there might be similar people with supernatural powers drawing their swords to help. Sound-based magic, hypnosis. The elite knights seemed to be inspired. "Klein, this idea is really good. I need to report back immediately. Maybe our organization can find a similar method. What do you plan to do with them?" Klein looked at the controlled orcs and asked with a frown. The elite knight quickly said, "We will first send them back to the organization. Now many orcs have been controlled and sent back. These guys are too dangerous. If we can't stop them from going berserk, we won't be able to release them. It seems that this is the only way." Klein nodded and quickly said, "Guys, there's no time to lose. I'll leave the matter of escorting them to you. Since this method is really effective, we'll continue to go to other places to help." "Thank you," the knights said in unison. The lift began to descend, and the little orc girl disappeared from everyone's sight once again. Klein quickly returned to the container after greeting everyone. As for Nick, he hurried to the front of the car. Looking at Boss Luo, who was about to get into the driver's seat with his hand on the door handle, Nick braced himself and said, "Sir, why don't you take a rest? I think you're tired. Let me drive." Boss Luo blinked. Not tired. In the end, Nick successfully seized the throne of the driver's seat. He then spent quite a bit of effort to straighten the body of the truck and drive to the next battle point. A few elite knights stayed behind, looking for tools that could transport these orcs. They were in a dilemma. Not long after, a transport vehicle slowly drove over, and at this moment the transport vehicle stopped directly in front of them. A man opened the door and walked down. When the elite knights saw who it was, they immediately straightened their bodies. "Mr. Simpton." The man. Simpton looked at the controlled orcs behind them and nodded. "Looks like you have worked very hard. Thank you for your hard work. Knights, you are worthy of my respect." They were very proud. After all, the one who praised them was a Grand Knight, a very famous one among the Grand Knights. "Mr. Simpton, what are you doing?" "I took care of a group of orcs." Simpton said indifferently, "I was just about to send them back when I heard some commotion, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect you to end the battle so quickly. Speaking of which..." The knights smiled bitterly. "It's not our work." Simpton frowned. The knights quickly reported what had happened not long ago to this superior Grand Knight. Hearing this, Simpton frowned. "Freelance magician, Klein. Hypnosis? Yes, that's a good idea. If we can make them calm down, the damage will be reduced to the minimum." The knights nodded. "We saw it with our own eyes. They were handcuffed and injected with sedatives without any effort. I wonder if there are magicians who can use similar techniques in the mechanism." "Mr. Simpton." "Mr. Simpton? Oh, I was thinking about the feasibility of this method. I was distracted. Don't mind me." Simpton said calmly. The knight smiled. "When we saw it, we also felt it was unbelievable and distracted." Simpton nodded and said seriously, "Leave these orcs to me. There are still some seats in the carriage. The situation is still very dangerous. I suggest you go to other places to support our companions. That's great. If Mr. Simpson is in charge of escorting them, there will be no problem. The knights were overjoyed. Go, I'll take care of this. Simpson waved his hand. The knights saluted each other and prepared to move to the next battle. But just as they were about to move, Simpson stopped them. Wait a moment, knights. Simpson took out some new standard weapons from a carriage and threw them to the elite knights. He said casually, "Knights, remember to always be in the best condition. Your equipment is damaged. Take these." "Really, thank you so much. Go, knights." Everyone saluted again, put on their new equipment, and left gratefully. Simpson looked at the group of young knights until they disappeared at the end of the street. Only then did he look at the orcs that were under his control. Simpson looked at the orcs who still had their eyes half open under the effect of the sedative. He lifted the chin of one of the orcs with his sword sheath. After staring coldly for a few seconds, he raised the sword sheath and swept it across the orc's face. There were no words. Simpson unsheathed the magic sword from its scabbard and stabbed it into the beastman's heart. Stop! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the moment the sword had penetrated a few inches, an extremely fast figure directly swept in front of Simpson. The moment the sword light was released, the demon's sword in Simpson's hand was directly sent flying. Simpson was shocked. He instinctively jumped back a few meters to where the magic sword fell. At the same time, he saw the person who sent the magic sword flying. Knight Gareth. Simpson's eyes turned cold. He picked up the magic sword on the ground. The person who appeared here was Mr. Gareth. He frowned and looked at Simpson. His eyes flashed with uncertainty. He said in a deep voice, "Simpson, do you know what you are doing?" Simpson spread out his hands and said, "What am I doing? As you can see, I am escorting these orcs." "Mr. Gareth, are you misunderstanding something? I am just checking if the restraints on them are strong enough." Misunderstanding? Checking? Gareth took a deep breath and raised his sword. The sword slashed out an arc of light. The arc of light flew to the transport vehicle and directly cut open its compartment. When the steel plate of the carriage fell to the ground, the orcs inside were already lying on the ground. The smell of blood rushed to their faces. They had already become cold corpses. Is this what you call checking? Gareth gritted his teeth. The fire of anger seemed to be about to shoot out from his eyes. "Simpson, you are abusing lynching. These orcs, they are also our residents. If I did not follow you because I was a little suspicious, how many more would you use this method to kill?" "How many?" Simpson sneered. "No matter how many they kill, it is not a lot. If I can make the world quiet down and kill all of them, it is fine. They were just bewitched. They have been living here peacefully. There has never been any problems." "Simpson, you are too much. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. The dirty blood flowing in their bodies will not change." Simpson casually waved the sword in his hand. "You can forgive and even let them go this time. What about the next time? They will continue to riot and be forgiven. What about us? Do we have to clean up these beasts again and again? Knight Gareth, if you are the sword of justice and do not want to touch these things, then please allow me to do it for you. Even if there is to be a punishment, it should be the final judgment of the Knight organization. No matter what, you are abusing lynching." Gareth took a deep breath. "Simpson, you have completely deviated from your knight's spirit. You cannot continue like this. They need knights like you." Simpson shook his head. His eyes were firm. "But at the same time, they need people like me. Now, as one of the 12 knights of the Round Table, I officially remove you from your position as a knight. Simpson, your crime will be judged later. Now, give up your weapon and surrender." Mr. Gareth said seriously, "I hope that you can draw your weapon against your own comrades." 12 knights. Simpson smiled. The great legacy of knights. Gareth, Do you really think that you can win against me? Gareth did not say much. After he decided to attack, he immediately activated the holy armor and rushed towards Simpton at his fastest speed. He raised his sword, but he used a hilt. At this moment, the hilt hit Simpton's abdomen at an extremely fast speed. But what surprised Gareth was that such a heavy blow did not cause Simpton to lose his ability to move. It was as if there was something blocking his abdomen. It was a piece of black armor. "You're still too kind." The magic sword slashed down and forced Gareth to retreat in an instant. The numbness that came from the area between his thumb and index finger made Gareth secretly shocked. Suddenly, scarlet red magic energy surrounded Simpton's body. On his body, there was a set of black shining armor. It was completely different from the holy armor. It was a terrifying black armor that looked like a ferocious beast. "This is magic sword, Heogony." Simpton slowly walked closer. The scarlet light of the magic sword in his hand became stronger and stronger. "Mr. Gareth, it seems that you have not walked too far on the path of a Knight of the Round Table. This is the legacy power that you are so proud of?" As he spoke, Simpton, who was wearing the magic armor, suddenly disappeared. It was not a high-speed movement, but a true disappearance, or perhaps it was transparent. Gareth's gaze was cold as he sharply observed his surroundings. He tried his best to listen to any sound. Suddenly he felt a chill on his back. Knight Gareth used his fastest speed to turn around and block the attack. But the moment the sword in his hand blocked the attack that appeared out of nowhere behind him, Simpton disappeared again, to the side. Gareth's reaction was not slow, even if it was this strange ability to disappear. His long sword pierced out, and the black-armored figure that flashed to the side was instantly pierced by his sword. Moreover, the second figure that appeared was only a shadow. In a hurry, Gareth felt the third attack from the opponent behind him. He immediately turned his leg and stabbed out with his long sword at the fastest speed possible. In an instant, there were more than 30 stabs. The sword light bloomed like fireworks. This time, the physical attack came from the hilt of the sword. Dozens of holes appeared on the black armor of the black-armored figure in front of him. But at this moment, a sword blade directly pierced through Mr. Gareth's back. "Who told you that this is a shadow?" Shadow and reality. Change. Gareth felt a suffocating feeling. His lung was directly pierced through by the magic sword. Simpton chose to pull out the magic sword. This caused Gareth's pain to reach its peak. He was kicked away by Simpton. His body rolled on the ground like a ball. Faintly, he could only see the 3 black armored figures gradually overlapping. Gareth endured the pain and used his sword to prop up his body. He felt that every time he breathed, his internal organs were being pricked by countless needles. The pain almost stripped away his senses. What a perfect stab. If I faced it head-on, I would probably fall down in one hit, right? Simpton walked over with his sword. "It's a pity that you don't understand my ability very well." Cough. Gareth coughed out a large mouthful of blood. He could only feel his vision gradually becoming dim and pale. At this moment, Simpton once again raised the magic sword in his hand. Just as he was about to slash down, he quickly retreated like a bolt of lightning, like a bolt of black lightning. He directly retreated more than 10 meters away. At the same time, he held his sword horizontally in front of him to block. An overwhelming and terrifying killing intent locked onto him in an instant. This caused Simpton's entire body to instinctively retreat. Since when did the 12 Knights of the Round Table need to harm the enemy in front of them? A voice came from behind. At this moment, Gareth also felt a thick and substantial killing intent coming from behind him. He encouraged himself to look back. In the middle of the long street, a thin man wearing a white suit was slowly walking over step by step. That terrifying and dense killing intent was emitted from this man's body. It was as if it was visible to the naked eye. A terrifying aura was constantly emitted from this man's body. "It's you." Gareth was heavily injured. He already felt a great headache. At this moment, When he saw this person's appearance, his scalp went numb. Farrell, the man in the white suit, slowly walked to Gareth's side. He lowered his head and coldly snorted. "Your backhand is weak, your forehand is not good, your footsteps are loose, and your reaction is slow. Not a single movement is decent. Which trash taught you this kind of swordsmanship?" Gareth was stunned speechless. The current situation did not allow him to speak. "Look carefully. This is how a sword should be used, brat." Farrell stretched out his hand and grabbed Gareth's sword out of thin air. He held it in his hand and casually swung it. There was no sword light. There was only a gust of wind caused by the extremely fast swing of the sword. On the road ahead, Simpton, who was already secretly on guard, only felt a light breeze pass by his body. He did not feel any pain. Simpton couldn't help but frown. However, when he moved his wrist slightly, his expression suddenly changed. The demonic armor he was wearing was shattered in an instant. At the same time, dozens of crisscrossing wounds appeared on his body. Blood spurted out directly. The pain that followed almost drowned Grand Knight Simpton's consciousness. He directly knelt on the ground. "Swing the sword 100,000 times every day with 10 times the weight. Go back and practice properly." Farrell snorted coldly and directly threw the sword to the ground. It stabbed into the ground in front of Gareth. Gareth's throat could not help but gulp. Hashtag PS 9/30. Chapter 1311. Farrell. Didn't he leave the prison on the island? Why did he suddenly appear here? Gareth, who had already seen the power of the most powerful knight 100 years ago, quickly recovered from his shock. At the same time, a big question mark appeared in his mind. The stab wound was still very painful, but as a body that had been tempered beyond the limits of the human body, he still controlled his muscles well and forcibly closed the wound. As for his internal organs, there was nothing he could do for the time being. He could only endure. He held the hilt of the sword with both hands and propped himself up. Then he endured the pain that made his mind blank and forcibly pulled out the sword from the ground. "Last night, thank you for taking care of me, Mr. Farrell." The tip of the sword was raised and aimed at Farrell, but at the same time it was wavering. Gareth's face was full of solemnity. "Although your swordsmanship is nothing much," Farrell said indifferently, "your fighting spirit is not bad. This may be an evaluation that makes me feel happy." Gareth showed a smile that was not ugly. He secretly calculated in his heart how long he could resist the opponent in the current situation. 1 second, 2 seconds, or 3 seconds. But what surprised Gareth was that Farrell did not attack him. Instead, he walked in front of the fallen Simpton. The moment he walked past Gareth, this young and promising knight secretly let out a sigh of relief. Yes, it was a sigh of relief. Gareth suddenly shivered and turned around. He saw that Farrell had already walked in front of Simpton and bent down to pick up the magic sword on the ground. Something surprising happened again. When Farrell grabbed the hilt of the magic sword and was about to lift it up, the magic sword turned into a pile of gray sand. Before it could be picked up, it had already scattered. Farrell did not frown. He just casually glanced at Simpton's body, the same situation. This body covered in blood turned into a pile of sand in an instant. This is not real. Gareth was suddenly shocked and then began to nervously pay attention to the movements around him. If he let Simpton stab him in the back again, he might not be able to stand up again. "He's gone." Farrell looked over and said indifferently, "I let him go." "What?" Gareth looked at him in disbelief. He suddenly remembered Farrell's deeds. He was a madman, a real madman. He was not like the clown Dagonite, who did things that were more or less out of line but did not cross the line. However, Farrell was a madman who had slaughtered the 12 Round Tables and was already a large number of elites in the organization. "Because I am very curious." Farrell suddenly said, "I once seized this magic sword, but it was sealed in the end. Even the 12 knights would not be allowed to use it, let alone a mere Grand Knight. You. Gareth frowned. What do you mean? I don't know for now. Farrell shook his head and looked into the distance thoughtfully. No, we should know soon. After saying that, he simply left in front of Mr. Gareth. Mr. Gareth had wanted to stop him, but in the end, not to mention taking a step forward, he could not even lift his sword again. His opponent was a monster that made people lose their confidence in battle. He heaved a heavy sigh. Wait for me, you old man. At this moment, a crisp female voice sounded. Amidst his astonishment, he saw the spirit, which in a purple dress, rushing over in a hurry. You! Hey! Hey! The knight only uttered one word, because when the soul which passed by him, she said hello, then lifted her dress and ran away. Gareth slumped to the ground. 2 felons, left in front of his eyes just like that. I've reached my limit! Gareth lay on the ground. While his consciousness was blurred, he vaguely seemed to see someone close to him. It seemed to be a group of guys in cloaks and a glowing bird. The big truck was moving steadily, but Mr. Nick still paid close attention to the person sitting in the passenger seat, as if he was afraid that he would suddenly ask, "Why don't you let me take over your shift? I think you are tired." At this time, the mysterious young magician only looked at the rearview mirror on the left side of the truck. Is there anything behind? The black man could not help but ask curiously. Luaccio just smiled and said, Nothing, it seems to be over. Over? Nick frowned and subconsciously looked at the rearview mirror on the right side. But in the street behind, except for the destruction everywhere, there was no one at all. It seemed that the guidance work was done quite well. He always felt that the origin of this young magician was too strange. Even Miss Orc was strange. By the way, your companion, where is Her Excellency Pansy? Nick seemed to ask casually. Her? Boss Luo said, casually, seems to have gone to see her student. Student? Nick was startled, but he reacted. Oh, is that lady's student in danger? Perhaps it was because he was in danger during the riot. Thus, as a teacher, it was normal for him to step in and save him. A little troublesome. Luaccio smiled, but we specialize in solving problems for people. At this time, the truck suddenly stepped on the brakes. It was not because of the answer, but because at this time in front of the truck, someone made a stop action. It was a knight in the mechanism. In front of them, there was a team of about 10 knights, and among the knights, there was a young man wearing a doctor's robe. Bedivere. Nick called out the doctor's name in surprise. This is Knight Bedivere, one of the 12 knights of the Round Table mechanism. He is not only a knight, but also a superb surgeon. The young doctor, Bedivere, at this time, put his hands in the pockets of his white robe and looked at Nick and Luaccio through the windshield of the truck. The sudden braking caused Klein, who was behind the cabinet, to quickly come out. The 2 trainee knights and the support personnel who had been fighting in the wilderness halfway had finally met up with the main force here. You're Klein? I have heard of your name. You are Gareth's student, one of the candidates for the next inheritance. The doctor calmly looked at Klein and nodded. He had no impression of Nick. Originally, he was not part of the Round Table mechanism of the Knights of the Fog. Mr. Bedivere, why are you here? It seems that there is no battle here. Thus Clay looked around. There were no traces of a recent battle, and Bedivere and the others didn't have any controlled orcs by their side. Bedivere explained, I was originally responsible for evacuating the crowd, but the place I was responsible for has been evacuated. This time, I deliberately waited for you here. Waiting for us? Klein and Nick opened their mouths in surprise. Bedivere nodded. Someone has reported that you successfully hypnotized the Berserk orcs with the sound technique. The 2 cabinet elders of the Birmingham Knight mechanism and the Edinburgh Knight mechanism, who are in charge of the suppression operation, gave me an order to assist you. So that's how it is. Klein nodded, but he was more curious. Why was the commander-in-chief of this operation not Sir Hopkins? Perhaps Sir Hopkins had more important things to do. Klein did not think too much. The appearance of Bedivere was naturally a great surprise for him. So, is this the free magician who is proficient in sound? Bedivere looked at the person in the front passenger seat again. When their eyes met, Luaccio just nodded to Mr. Bedivere and showed a friendly smile. He is not. Nick quickly said at this time, he and another secret magician who calls themselves Pansy are civil volunteers who joined us midway. The one who can sing is still in the container. So, Bedivere nodded, but he could not help but feel a little puzzled about the name Pansy. It seemed that he had heard it somewhere, but he could not remember clearly at once. Mr. Bedivere, we are now planning to go to the next suppression point. It's great to meet you. This way we will be more relaxed. Klein was really quite happy because of this. He had an unusually persistent longing for the Knights of the Round Table. This time he could fight side by side with them. As long as he thought about it in the future, he would be excited. We won't go, we'll stay here. But Bedivere shook his head at this time. You also stay here. What? Klein and Nick could not help but be startled. They only heard Bedivere say, indifferently, it's too inefficient for you to go one by one like this. I'm afraid we can't solve this matter by dawn. So I brought some people here. With that, a nanny van that was originally parked at the side suddenly lit up at this time. The door opened, and several people in plain clothes came out one by one. Not only one car, but also no less than 3 cars next to it. At this time, people also began to come out. There were 26 people in total. These people were all dressed differently, but Klein could vaguely sense a strong magic power from them. These people are, Bedivere said directly. Some of them are the internal magician consultants of our Knights organization, and some are civilian magicians. Like the few you met, they also intend to help us. Mr. Bedivere, you plan to. Nick, who seemed to understand Bedivere's plan, asked in surprise at this time. Bedivere nodded. That's right. I intend to use a compound sound expansion spell to combine with these magicians to ensure that the magic power is sufficient and the range is the highest. Of course, I will only sing once and cover the entire Fog City. Then, what are we waiting for? Klein was excited because of this, as if he felt that his life had reached a climax in an instant, his eyes shining. At this time, Will Chung-Yuran and the orc siblings also came down from the container one after another in confusion. They seemed to have heard this plan. It seemed that they had heard something extraordinary. At this time, Bedivere calmly walked in front of Luocchio and said in a tentative tone, Mr. Freelance Magician, if you don't know the sound type of spell, you should be able to do it if you just help inject magic, right? From the beginning to the end, Dr. Bedivere didn't feel the existence of magic from the other party. That being said, it wasn't that he didn't have any hidden means. After all, a free magician who walked the world always had all kinds of strange abilities. There should be no problem, right? Luaccio thought for a while. Well, magic, what is that? At this time, led by several magician consultants of the Knights organization, a group of civilian eccentrics directly began to draw a huge compound sound expansion spell on the road. The few ordinary people on the scene couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder, and even took out their mobile phones, intending to take pictures of the scene. Unexpectedly, their phones were directly confiscated by the Knights. Will and the others could only stay on the side for the time being. As for Bedivere, at this time from time to time, he looked at the sound-type magician Miss Lael and her brother wrapped in a tablecloth. No one knew what he was thinking. The magicians, on the other hand, were having a heated discussion. We should add a resonance-type expansion unit here. Through resonance, it can make the sound spread faster, wider, and save more magic. Do you want to add an effect enhancement? If it's a hypnotic spell, I think there should be space here to add a power enhancement. It's too cumbersome. There are too many equations to calculate. We are now racing against time, not researching a new topic. As the saying goes, too many hands make mess. This was probably the case, right? Of course. This was the home field of the magicians who had dabbled in the sound type of spell. As for the scene, there were still many people who had no clue about this and only acted as the source of magic after the spell was completed. A woman with a hot figure, wearing a silk scarf and heavy makeup at this time, walked catwalk and suddenly came in front of Boss Luo. He was here thinking whether he could use the method of thinking to replace the action of buying. What a young magician! The woman's eyes were like silk. Little brother has a good figure. Are you nervous? It's your first time encountering this kind of thing. It's okay to be afraid. I will take good care of you. Maria, are you going to eat young men here again? Not far away, an old man who seemed to have a brandy nose mocked at this time. Mom. Ms. Maria smiled slightly and looked at the old man with squinted eyes. Next time you come to my magic house to buy materials, I will give you an 18% discount. The old man seemed to be defeated and snorted coldly. Ms. Maria flicked her long wavy hair, then lowered her voice and whispered to our boss Luo, I'm not even 30 years old this year. Why are you looking for me? Luocho looked at her and suddenly said. Ms. Maria was stunned, and the smile on her face seemed to be restrained. Even the air of a prostitute seemed to have disappeared a little. She moved closer, and her rather spectacular breasts were almost touching. Pansy, is she your companion? This was her question. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. The next chapter will be later. Chapter 1312. Is she looking for Yi? She should have heard the conversation between Klein and Bedivere. Luocho asked curiously, Why are you looking for her? Ms. Maria took out a card with a smile. The card was drawn from the cleavage on her collar and gave it to Roland. She said, This is my business card. I'm a witch who runs a magic house. I'm running a small business, and I don't cheat anyone. Luocho took the business card and looked at it. He thought about Yu Ye's secret pharmacist license and asked, Are you going to ask her to make the secret medicine? Ms. Maria smiled and said, If I can ask her to make the secret medicine for me, that would be the best. However, I just want to buy a batch of secret medicine from her. I've never dared to think about making it because the cost of asking Pansy to make it is too high. I'm just running a small business. Is there anything special about the secret medicine made by Pansy? Luocho blinked. You don't know. Maria's eyes widened as if she couldn't believe it. Then she frowned and said suspiciously, Are you really a companion of Pansy, like that young knight said? Luocho just nodded with a smile. He doesn't seem to be lying. This kind of gentle boy-next-door's healing smile is a bit unbearable. Maria exhaled deeply and then pondered for a while before saying, Has she never told you about her? I didn't know about Pansy until today. Boss Luo told the truth. He could ask Miss Maid to reveal everything at once, but he was more inclined to unearth it bit by bit, just like unearthing the most beautiful gem in the world. He peeled off all kinds of soil layer by layer and approached it little by little. It's strange, Ms. Maria murmured and then shook her head. But it's said that the woman's personality is quite strange. Forget it. I'll give you some information, little brother. Pansy is one of the 3 highest-level secret pharmacists in the world. The other 2 are honorary vice presidents of the Magician Association. Ordinary people can't invite them at all. It's even hard to see them. Only Pansy didn't join the secret spell tower of the Magician Association. She's a secret pharmacist who is willing to make secret medicine for outsiders. Do you know that a bottle of her secret potion was sold for 300,000 secret crystals at an auction held by the Magician Association? Well, Boss Luo didn't have any idea about this price. Then he showed expressions such as, that's amazing. It's so expensive. Maria's fanaticism didn't stop. Basically, the secret medicine of the Pansy that is still circulating now is a super high-grade collection that is priceless in the market. Especially those rich secret pharmacists, they won't hesitate to buy a bottle even if they lose their family fortune. It's a pity that Pansy's works haven't been sold for almost 30 years. If her works appear in an auction in the magic world, not to mention 300,000 secret crystals, Even if it's sold for 500,000 secret crystals, it might be sold for 300,000 secret crystals. The prices are so high now. Boss Luo couldn't help but sigh. Exactly. Ms. Maria bit her handkerchief and said, "Do you know that my magic house is running out of money recently, and the owner of the house is inhumanely increasing my rent? Also, because of the idiotic British government's stupid bill of breaking away from the League of Alliances, the cost of purchasing goods has increased by several times recently. Some of the best-selling goods can't even be bought. My life is getting worse day by day, and I have to live frugally every day. Look, I haven't bought new magic underwear for almost half a year. Little brother, look, this is the model from a year ago." Ms. Maria slightly lowered her collar and bent down, looking very pitiful. "If you know the pansy, can you introduce me to you? I'll give you a special service." "Okay," Luaccio smiled. "But you can't be too rough." "What? Okay." Maria froze on the spot. Did he agree so easily? "There's more to come?" "Yes." Luaccio nodded. "She went to do something, but she should be back later. I'll explain to you then." "Then the service—" "It's no big deal," Luaccio said casually. "It's just a small matter. However, you have to discuss the request with her yourself, okay?" "Ah, what a healing smile." Maria rubbed her nose. "Are all young magicians nowadays taking the path of healing? That's against the rules." At this moment, a magician consultant of the night mechanism suddenly shouted, "It's done! Come here and prepare to inject magic power, everyone." The magicians began to take their positions and stood in the middle of the road, around the huge circle array. Maria didn't say anything more at this time. Originally, she didn't want to listen to the night mechanism, but that guy, Bedivere, was willing to represent the local night mechanism and order a large number of items from her. Therefore, the lady of the magic house, who claimed to be running a small business, directly bowed her head and served tea to the evil capitalist boss who had stayed in the Western world for countless years. Then she happily got on the car and came here. "Little brother, take this." At this time, Maria gave Luo a strange, irregular crystal that looked like a cobblestone. She lowered her voice and said, "You can keep this secret crystal. If you don't have enough magical power, you can draw from it. You're a boy. Don't lose face in front of adults." "I'll buy it. It's not good to give it away." Luaccio thought for a moment. "Isn't your business in trouble?" What a sensible child. Ah, Maria patted her chest and said, don't worry. If you're really embarrassed, just take it as an advance payment for your referral fee. But after using it this time, you have to return it to me, okay? Also, remember to be careful when you use it. This crystal's purity is very high. You only need to draw a little bit each time. Otherwise, the magic power will flow backward and burn yourself. Okay. Luaccio nodded. Thank you, Ms. Maria. Call me sister. Let's go and help inject magic power. Luaccio ignored her. At this time, the modified truck slowly drove into the circle array in the middle of the road. When it stopped, the big container behind the front of the truck and the deck began to slowly descend. When the deck was completely lowered, the whole truck directly turned into a huge stage. The sound equipment stacked in the four corners and the spotlights at the edge were all turned on at this time. The little orc girl stood alone in the center of the stage, slightly restrained. She was still tightly wrapped in the tablecloth, and at this time, she suddenly had an ominous feeling. However, she still took a deep breath and untied the tablecloth. Where did you find this truck and this little lady? Even Dr. Bedivere could not help but open his mouth in surprise at this time. When Klein and Nick heard this, they wiped their sweat awkwardly. Who knew where the young freelance magician came from? Let's start. Bedivere did not care too much about this kind of thing and gave the order on the spot. At this time, the magicians who had already stood around the circle array stretched out their hands and began to inject magic power into the compound spell. Luaccio, who was holding the so-called secret crystal sent by Ms. Maria, was thinking about how much he would take each time. Only a little bit. Little brother? Is there a problem? Ms. Maria, who was afraid that as long as she turned her head, this little brother of hers would disappear, naturally stood to the side from the beginning. Oh no. Luaccio shook his head and then tried to activate the magic power in this secret crystal. Since there was a ready-made source of magic power, naturally, he could save the expense of buying it. If it was only activated, it should be very easy. It was indeed very easy. With a thought in mind, it was done. So, in Boss Luo's thought, the magic power contained in this secret crystal was completely activated in an instant. In an instant, a huge light of magic power soared into the sky, and the secret crystal in Boss Luo's hand directly turned into powder at this moment. The huge light of magic power instantly covered the light of magic power gathered by all the magicians, and then in the next moment it was directly injected into the compound spell on the road. Are you kidding? This is the highest purity secret crystal. In an instant, Ms. Maria, who was closest to the crime scene at this time, her skirt was blown up by the airflow caused by the activated light of magic power at this time. Did I find a treasure? At this time, Ms. Maria didn't care about her skirt being flirted with by the rising airflow. At this time, she looked at the young healer with shining eyes, no longer thinking about the secret crystal turning into powder. Instead, she licked her lips excitedly. Such a powerful guy. The fact that he knows the pansy is definitely true. But just as this magic house lady's imagination was running wild, a loud and clear scream resounded through the sky, instantly shattering the glass of the entire long street. This loud sound even forced people to painfully cover their ears. It felt as if their eardrums were going to burst at any time. At this time, everyone looked up at this time, dumbfounded. In the sky, they saw a huge figure tens of meters tall standing in the center of the fog city, not knowing what to do. The surrounding buildings were as small as toys to her, and this huge figure was impressively the projection of the orc girl, Lael, who was standing in the center of the stage. Oh, the effect is better than I imagined. Is it because of the extremely powerful magic power that was injected just now? An old magician murmured at this time. It turned out that this composite magic array not only had the effect of transmitting sound, but also had the auxiliary function of magnifying and projecting light and shadow. I don't want to sing. Seeing her huge projection appear in the fog city, the orc girl squatted down in grievance and cried with extreme grievance. This level of shame had already caused her mind to go blank. Don't look. Ah. It seemed that he had gone too far. Luaccio blinked his eyes. Before the others woke up, he directly lowered his presence to the lowest level, probably to the extent that they would only feel that the person beside them was an insignificant stone instead of a living person. Sir Perkins' manor. In Sir Perkins' private office, the Prime Minister retreated step by step, and in the end he even fell to the ground with a feeling of powerlessness and fear rising spontaneously. He was drenched in cold sweat, and his body trembled as he looked at the man who walked in. Oberon! This was the leader of the inhuman armed thug group that he privately funded. He never left anyone alive and acted in a ruthless manner. In these early years, he had ordered this thug group to privately plunder the technology and materials of some powerful countries, so he knew the nature of the other party too well. But in just a moment, his doubts became clear. Oberon appeared in Sir Perkins' office, and Perkins had almost all of his information. You colluded with each other long ago? The Prime Minister looked at Sir Perkins in horror. This was more frightening than all of his failures at the moment. The uncomfortable feeling of being played in the palm of his hand from the beginning covered his whole body. Colluded? Sir Perkins shook his head at this time. In fact, I prefer to use the relationship of an alliance. Respected Prime Minister. Perkins, you old bastard. The Prime Minister finally couldn't bear all of the failures of this day, and he seemed to have lost his mind. Complete bastard. You said that I colluded with the Inhumans, and you, as a founding member of the Knight organization, actually colluded with the myth of doomsday. The road to success is always accompanied by the old knight's eyes flickered, and he slowly said, some things that won't be recorded in history. Just like how you commanded the myth of doomsday to launch the attack before the hijacking, and didn't hesitate to sacrifice ordinary people to let the Fianna onto the stage. What's the difference between us? The Prime Minister gritted his teeth and stood up in a sorry state, like a loser. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Perkins, you already had everything. So why did you allow the Queen to be hijacked and this attack to happen? As a founding member of the Knight organization guarding Britain, why did you do this? For what? The old knight closed his eyes and muttered to himself. For what? To let the Holy Grail be opened, to have a legitimate reason to persuade the other founding members to be willing to bring the key to me. Holy Grail? The Prime Minister was suddenly shocked and subconsciously asked, what is the Holy Grail? But at this moment, a numbness all over his body, followed by a pain that overturned his nerves, spread from his chest. The Prime Minister looked at a palm that penetrated his chest in horror. That was the palm of Oberon behind him. You can think about this question after you and the Holy Grail become one. The knight looked at him indifferently and finally said goodbye. Farewell, old friend. I curse you. The Prime Minister, who had the power to overturn a country, finally lowered his head. Oberon. Caesar withdrew his palm and began to slowly wipe the blood on his hand, as if nothing had happened. It's finally coming to the end stage. At this time, the knight slowly stood up and then put on his coat. It seemed that he was planning to go out. Caesar, take me to see the Queen. Caesar looked at Sir Perkins expressionlessly and said indifferently, Perkins, you should call me uncle. Is there such a young uncle and such an old nephew? The old knight smiled slightly at this time and finally put on his hat. Let's go. I think our Queen is a little anxious, probably. At this time, no, don't look. At this time, the scream resounded throughout the entire Fog City. Naturally, it also echoed over the manor of the Knight organization in Fog City. Huge. Lael. ######## PS 10/30. Chapter 1313. The huge Lael was projecting the orc girl's appearance on the stage. She was so frightened that her body curled up. She even felt like she was being executed in public. She had to pick up the tablecloth and wrap it around her body. This was the core part of the whole plan. However, the performer suddenly stopped performing. No matter how many special effects were added on this huge stage, it was all in vain. Come on, little girl. Yes, you look great like this too. I love you so much. Sister, come on. The moment the tear gland started working, a few cheering voices sounded outside the compound surgical technique. The orc girl opened her eyes and saw Will and the others. While the knights were at a loss of what to do and the magicians were racking their brains, the few ordinary people who didn't even have any special abilities broke the silence and uneasiness with their loudest voices. You look cool like this too. Black skin or whatever, I like it the most. You're the best. I like it the most. She put her hands in front of her mouth and yelled with all her might. Her voice sounded like an ACG performance. You guys, the orc girl's eyes were blurred. She didn't know if it was because of her blurred vision, but she seemed to see Luaccio turn from a stone into a human. His lips moved, and he said something silently, come on. Taking a deep breath, the little orc girl stood up again. Her cloak slid down again. She took a deep breath and lifted the microphone. Just like that, the children fell asleep peacefully, sighing at the sparkling sparks in the ashes. 1, 2, floating bubbles, admiring faces. The song, the sound of praising the entire Fog City, began to appear in every corner of the city like ripples of water. In the distance, a berserk orc was holding up a baby in swaddling clothes. The parents of the baby were crying bitterly under the protection of several knights. The knights couldn't do anything about it. The moment the song started, the berserk orc stopped. In the city, in a dark alley, when his companion's corpse was brutally dismembered and blood splattered all over the walls on both sides, the man could only curl up in the corner, trembling in fear. He cried bitterly, begging the huge monster in front of him to let him go. But the moment the monster raised its claws mercilessly, the monster suddenly stopped. Under the man's despairing gaze, it suddenly turned around and walked out of the alley step by step. It stood at the exit of the alley and looked up at the sky. The sky, or rather, it was a gigantic figure that seemed to be touching the night sky. Stopped? What's that sound? The few policemen who were trapped in a street and struggling to fight without receiving any support stopped shooting at this time. They had almost used up all their ammunition. At this moment, the huge red-haired monster loosened its grip and threw the police car on the ground. Then it closed its eyes and just stood there. What happened? I don't know, but all of a sudden I feel very at ease. The policeman carefully walked out of the bunker. Under the starlight, the huge shadow seemed to be covered with a soft veil by the moonlight. In the crowded shelter, the chaotic crowd suddenly quieted down, and the crying of children gradually stopped. In the silence, the song flowed past the people. They almost forgot their fear in an instant, only feeling as if a pair of gentle hands were hugging them. Mr. Trusty, one of the 12 knights guarding here, looked in surprise at the light figure wearing a revealing leather suit, as if it was some kind of cross-dressing performance, and he secretly sighed in relief. Did it work? Bedivere. Finally, at the end of the long street, Farrell, who seemed to be strolling leisurely, but the length of each step required Ms. Witch to use all her strength to catch up, suddenly stopped. What is this? The latest projection technology. This kind of dressing is really courageous. Ms. Witch looked up at the sky, dumbfounded. If she was the one standing there, she probably wouldn't be able to see anyone in the future. At this moment, a berserk beast man slowly walked out of a shop on the side, no longer in a berserk state. This beastman's body was much stronger than the average berserk beast man. Ms. Witch was inwardly alarmed. This beast man was at least a champion, right? He had actually been hiding here all this time and hadn't attacked Ms. Witch and Farrell. Was it the aura released by this man that made the berserk beastman warrior instinctively feel fear, and didn't dare to move even though he was berserk? But since he had appeared, Ms. Witch immediately became vigilant. Let's go, Farrell said indifferently, ignoring the beastman warrior that had appeared and continuing to walk forward. Old man, you. Ms. Witch was stunned and subconsciously looked at the beastman warrior. At this moment, he didn't seem to see her and was only looking at the sky in a daze. There was no trace of berserk aura there. His soul seemed to have been purified. As a spirit witch, she could easily sense that the beastman warrior's heart had been comforted and that the song conveyed a sense of benevolence. This person... Ms. Witch looked at the huge light figure again and muttered to herself, I still feel so ashamed. Wait for me, old man, don't leave me behind. Sir Perkins Manor. The old knight was frowning at this moment. On the screen was the scene transmitted back from a few streets in Fog City. The berserk beastmen were all in close-up at this moment. They were frozen, and the knights who went to suppress them were now easily approaching these beastmen. Caesar, what happened? The old knight frowned, but there was no trace of panic. It was as if he was just confused. It's the moon contract. Since ancient times, the beastmen have passed down that it's a sacrificial song used to worship the ancestors. Caesar looked out of the window. There were not many things in the city that could block the light figure that was dozens of meters high, so the appearance of the light figure could be seen very clearly. You. The old knight frowned again. At this time, a pair of ugly wings on Caesar's back instantly broke through his clothes. He then broke through the window and rushed to the sky above the knight's manor. Under the moonlight, Caesar silently looked at the huge shadow in the center of the city, and there was a touch of gentleness on his face. The guidance of fate, but fate, like the moon, is fickle and alternating. Hateful life intertwines suffering and happiness. Rich and poor, they melt and disappear like ice and snow. The terrible and empty wheel of fate, you turn mercilessly. You are vicious and cruel, destroying all happiness and beautiful expectations. The shadow shrouds the blurred, and you also knock me down. The song also spread from the figure under the moonlight. Like a storm, it attacked the entire fog city in an instant. If the song from the light figure was like a gentle drizzle, then the loud and clear sound at this time could be said to be a rapid storm. Like a sharp sword, the sharp sound directly tore through the gentleness that covered the fog city. It was like countless shouts, awakening the most primitive bestial nature hidden in the bottom of their hearts. The beast men who had been silent suddenly roared one after another, as if adding drum beats to this sharp singing god. Dong dong, dong dong, dong dong. The city seemed to play a war song. The beast men went berserk again, more terrifying than before. They started again. The streets that had already quieted down, and the major shelters seemed to explode at this moment. Because not only did the beast men begin to go berserk, but even the ordinary people seemed to feel great pain at this moment. Pain. After the pain, it began to be irritable. It was difficult to control. Then it was the birth of the primitive desire to destroy in their hearts. The riot in the city. Once again, it was like a storm, more violent. Clang! At this time, the microphone fell from the trembling hands, making a harsh sound. After being amplified by the spell, it suddenly turned into a huge noise that made people dizzy. The Beastman girl directly fell to the ground at this time, and her eyes were filled with horror. She hugged herself with both hands, and her body began to tremble, becoming extremely painful. It's him again! Bedivere had just fought with Oberon not long ago, and he had personally witnessed the riot in the Fog City caused by Oberon. At this moment, the high-pitched and sharp sound was made by Oberon. It was as if he was mocking them mercilessly, destroying their advantageous situation in an instant. Their communicators were constantly receiving signals from other places. Not good. The Beastmen went berserk again, and this time they are even crazier. Request for backup. Shelter. The residents don't know why they suddenly lost control. They began to smash everything. Ah, don't kick my brother. Madam. Calm down, calm down. Ah, looking at the one or two knights beside him, at this time, hugging their heads tightly, as if they were enduring great pain, Bedivere knew that something bad was going to happen. So he directly rushed to the stage. Do you have any other way? Bedivere stared at the little girl who brought a glimmer of hope for victory and asked in a low voice. No, no. Lael's body trembled, and her eyes were absent-minded, so frightened. This is an ancient cry. It's a war song, the most primitive wildness. No, I can't resist, I can't resist. I'm sorry. My song can't reach their hearts, I'm sorry. Bedivere gritted his teeth. What about the song just now? It can resist a little bit. At least, can it let ordinary people recover their rationality? Please. I'm sorry. Get away from me quickly. At this time, the Beastman girl instantly let out a mournful scream, and her hands pressed hard on her ears. Seeing this, Bedivere couldn't help but frown. Sure enough, you are also. Bedivere suddenly stood up, one hand pressed on his ear, and activated the communication device, shouting, Answer! Headquarters! Answer, I am Bedivere. Answer! Electric current, the sound of screaming. Is the headquarters. Also, Bedivere helplessly watched all this happen. Under that high-pitched song, it seemed that only a strong-willed person could withstand it. This is really more troublesome than a full-body fracture surgery. Chung Iran shook her head hard and rubbed her temples hard, as if she wanted to drive out the melody that was constantly reverberating in her mind. But Will's two bandmates were not so lucky. At this time, the two of them suddenly went berserk, and were crazily fighting each other, and Will hurriedly tried to separate the two people. Not far away, Klein was also suppressing Nick, who was in the same situation. Chung Iran couldn't help but secretly worry. She didn't know how long she could resist. But why is Will okay? Although she felt strange, but at this moment he couldn't take care of himself. Chung Iran gritted her teeth, wanting to do something. At this time, a small figure slowly walked by her side, looking up as if absent-minded, straight at the bright moon in the sky. His eyes turned into amber color, looking quite strange. Different from the beastman's berserk, he looked very quiet, but it also didn't seem to be in a normal state. Olga! Olga! Chung Iran suddenly rushed in front of Olga, reaching out to shake his body. Wake up! Olga, wake up! He still had this absent-minded and strange look, as if he didn't hear anything. Sorry. Chung Iran gritted her teeth, raised her hand, and slapped the delicate beast man boy's face. The sound of the slap was very crisp. Olga, did you hear? Did you hear my voice? Wake up! Olga! Slap, 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 slap. A few slaps were unable to wake up the absent-minded Olga. Chung Iran gritted his teeth, resolutely took a deep breath, and put down the guitar that he had been carrying on his back. The zipper opened in an instant, and in the black bag he put both his hands on the guitar that he had sealed for a long time. He still wasn't ready. He was ready to let his voice be transmitted to people's hearts. I don't care so much. Help me, partner. Chung Iran took a deep breath, hugging the guitar and standing in front of Olga, almost without thinking. The original scenery of his hometown. He subconsciously played the guitar version of the song because Olga seemed to like this song very much. If it was said that the continuous battle song was like the sound of thousands of soldiers and horses on the battlefield, then the notes that flowed between Chung Iran's fingers were like the murderous, murderous whispers that drowned the sky. Without plugging in the amplifier, the sound of the guitar wasn't too loud. If one wasn't careful, as long as one stood a little further away, the sound of the guitar would be lost. Olga, wake up. Chung Iran closed his eyes, wholeheartedly immersing himself in the artistic conception of the song. The sound was weak, but it was like plucking the softest string in one's heart. Although it was weak, it clearly appeared in everyone's ears, even if it was only in the surroundings of the spell, the ears of the knights and magicians here. But it was like a clear spring flowing past, and the tinkling sound seemed to let people see their hometown. The irritation in their hearts instantly faded away. Ms. Maria looked at the human male who was playing the guitar with some surprise, as if she couldn't believe it. Although she didn't lose her mind because of the song, she still couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. But now she was much more comfortable. Will's partner also began to wake up. Mr. Nick waved his hand, signaling Klein to stop pressing on his body. On the stage, the orc girl slowly put down her hands, feeling a little lost. Although the battle song was still playing in the air, the sound of the guitar was like a gentle barrier wrapping around her. Boss Luo, who was in the form of a small rock, suddenly smiled, looking at the young man who crossed the ocean to study in this country with a gratified look. No, you are already prepared. It's so beautiful. What's wrong with me? Olga's absent-minded eyes gradually became clear. His lips moved slightly, but what he saw was Chung Iran standing in front of him. Then he held his cheeks with both hands. It hurt a little. Although he didn't understand Olga's words, Chung Iran still understood the meaning of this gesture. He laughed dryly, then took a deep breath, took out his phone, and played a short video in front of Olga. Olga was a little confused. I know you are very talented. Chung Iran took a deep breath, using the phone to translate his own language. You can memorize it after listening to it once, right? You have already mastered the way to play the guitar. Next, you play it. Me. I can't. How can I? Chung Iran didn't care about Olga's fear at this time, forcibly stuffed the guitar in his hand into Olga's arms. Use it to play. I will help you at the side. This is a temporary song I composed for Moon Contract. It may not be perfect, but at least you have to try. Use your strength to help your sister. Remember, play with your heart. Only this way, you can transmit your voice and feelings to everyone's heart. Use music. I can't. He looked at the stage in horror. Chung Iran shouted at this time, "Even if you can't, you have to play. Otherwise, I will dress you up as a girl and throw you into the bar with the most perverts in Wu City. They will definitely not care whether you are a man or a woman." Huh, that's it. Chung Iran hammered the hammer, pushing Olga to the stage of the truck, and conveniently picked up a spare guitar. "Although I don't know what you're going to do, but I feel so cool. How can this kind of thing be left out of me?" On the way, his companions directly rushed over. "I always feel so uncomfortable. This kind of noise. Well, you guys? When it comes to playing the guitar, I have never been afraid of anyone. Then, let's do it again. Mr. Bedivere, they're here?" Mr. Bedivere frowned, looking at this group of people rushing to the stage, muttering, "Just now? You have also experienced it. This group of people may have some methods. Let's give it a try. Anyway, the magic power of the technique is still very sufficient." It was unusually sufficient. You guys, in front of the stage, the orc girl who had regained consciousness looked at the guys who came up one by one. Not only Chung Yaran and the other two, but even her brother Olga was also the same. But why were these people dressed like him? Even if they didn't expose themselves, it was fine. I don't know. This was found in the truck, as if it was specially prepared for us. But this is not bad. Her companion directly moved the drum stand, sat on it, and then played a solo, making the drum sound rush to the sky like a shower. Come on. Chung Iran just connected an ordinary electric guitar and casually played it. After getting the feeling, she looked at everyone and smiled. "Let's have a concert that belongs to us, with this city as the stage." Above the sky, huge lights and shadows appeared one after another. The huge Lael, the huge Olga, the huge Will and his companions, and the huge Chung Iran. Come on. Boss Luo was holding a light stick in his hand at this time, gently waving it. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. The next chapter will be later. Baidu, Search 81 Chinese website. No advertising message. Chapter 13-14. First, there was a rapid drumbeat, followed by a 10-second solo where Will temporarily took over as Bessa's guitarist. The sound was amplified by the compound technique and suddenly broke through the blockade of the battle song. Above the city, the temporary orchestra, formed by 6 huge lights and shadows, stood in their respective positions. On the stage, Olga also played the first note as the lead guitarist under the encouraging gazes of the crowd. Olga has never played with us before, he's still a novice. But you guys shouldn't have a problem, right? Chung Iran looked at Will, and the other two. The 3 of them directly gave her a thumbs up. But it's not punk rock, it's really a bit unpleasant. Hey. We can all hear you. Pay attention to your image. Oh, are you all looking at me? Everyone. This group of people, is there really no problem? Bedivere subconsciously rubbed his eyebrows. He always had the feeling of looking at rookies who came to the hospital for an internship and walked directly to the operating table. He smiled bitterly, self-deprecating. In the end, I actually have to rely on these ordinary guys. As the 12 Knights, I'm really a failure. Self-deprecating was self-deprecating. But this kind of gambling behavior inevitably made the usually calm Knight Bedivere nervous. A melody that was not very familiar, but gradually became better, sounded from the guitar in Olga's hand. He didn't know if it was an illusion or because of the amplification of the sound by the compound technique. He always felt that this sound was directly transmitted to his heart. Bedivere's tightly knitted eyebrows began to slowly relax, and even unknowingly his whole person was immersed in this sound. It seemed to have some kind of inconceivable magical power. If at the beginning Chung Iran only made people calm, then now, the moment the sound sounded, it was as if they were already in the wilderness of their hometown. The wind gently blew on the water, the the green grass like a cushion. The waves of the grass flowed into the distance, and then the girl's singing voice sounded again in their hearts. But the high-pitched singing voice was still there, and as if it had turned into a bigger storm, it attacked again. But this time it seemed to be different, and the singing voice also went over the battle song, once again sneaking into people's hearts, as if something was selectively filtered out, even if the battle song still existed. What people heard was this temporary band's performance, singing. Under the moonlight, Caesar's war song did not stop. Instead, it was pushed to the brink of infuriation. If it went one step further, even he himself would fall into a berserk state. His gaze was piercingly cold. Looking at the 6 huge figures in the city, he slowly became silent. He knew that even if he continued to push the battle song, the result would not change. When the people in the city all quieted down and looked at everything around them, when the berserk orcs released their berserk state and returned to their original appearance, Caesar gave up on resisting them the instant they fell to the ground in exhaustion. The beast man who had lost his consciousness could no longer hear anything. There was no point in continuing to bewitch him at this point. After taking a deep look at 2 of the shadows, Caesar slowly let out a sigh of relief and slowly descended. "Why don't you continue?" The old knight saw everything and walked out with a frown. "There's no need," Caesar said indifferently. "We've done almost everything that needs to be done. Now, we're just waiting for the harvest. Now, even if the city is rioting or quiet, it doesn't have any effect on us. There's no need to waste time here." The old knight nodded. A quarter of an hour later, the owner of Sir Perkins Manor had vanished without a trace. When a team went out on a mission to bring back some orcs who had not escaped but had now returned to their human form, all they saw was a bloody manor. Even the 12 Geraint knights, who had exhausted their strength and were temporarily resting, lost their heads and fell on the sofa in the lounge forever death. Fear suddenly came. Reporting. All suppression points had been successfully suppressed. Reporting, the riots in the shelter and evacuation points have also subsided. Good news came one after another from the communicator in Bedivere's ear. He was really relieved. Then he smiled and looked at the people who were playing and singing desperately on the stage. Tactical music group? Bedivere suddenly thought of whether the night mechanism could also use this as a project to create another kind of execution force. Although the orc uprising had been quelled this time, there might be an even bigger orc disaster in the future. If possible, this kind of tactical concert could be deployed on that kind of battlefield. It should be able to shine brilliantly, right? Did it succeed? It seems calmed down. Finally, under Bedivere's reminder, everyone put down their sore arms and then sat on the ground. I want to smoke a cigarette to calm down. This was more tiring than holding a small bar concert. It was just singing a song. There are still miners. Pay attention. Yes, yes. Then looking at the words of these unreliable guys on the stage, Mr. Bedivere quickly dismissed the idea in his mind. Then he listened to the good news that was obviously much more pleasant to hear. But the next moment, Bedivere's face changed dramatically. "What did you say?" "Say it again." In other words, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was stunned for a moment. "It's true. I don't know how to say it. They're all dead. Except for the 2 cabinet elders who were in charge of the evacuation. The rest are all dead. Mr. Geraint is also. We found his body. Dead. All dead. Sir Hopkins is also missing. Maybe he was taken away." His hand suddenly dropped from the communicator in his ear. Dr. Bedivere's lips seemed to have become pale. Looking at Chung Iran, Will, and the others who were still happily chatting on the stage, he suddenly felt unreal. His home was stolen, just like that, and it was an extremely tragic loss. "Sir Bedivere, what happened?" Everyone looked at the calm knight. It seemed that something was wrong, so they quickly came forward as if they were waiting for him to say something to celebrate. Their faces still had the loose smile of victory. Every one of them appeared in front of Bedivere, making him feel dizzy. "Mr. Bedivere, what's the matter?" Clyde came over at this time. "Nothing." Bedivere took a deep breath and said, "I'm just thinking about how to clean up the problem next." "Clean up?" Clyde was startled. But after the riot subsided, the whole city seemed to have experienced a baptism of war. The formerly bustling streets were full of shocking scars. He couldn't help but be silent. Sure enough, he was still too far behind. Because of this little victory, he was complacent. But Bedivere had already begun to consider the problem after the disaster. He was indeed worthy of being the successor of the Knights of the Round Table. He still needed to continue to work hard. No matter what, you should first clean up the things here, and then go to the Birmingham Night Division Elder's place to meet them. I'll leave this place to you. I'll go first to see the situation in other areas. Don't worry, Sir Bedivere, we'll do a good job. No, at least for the time being, he couldn't let this bad news spread among the middle and lower level knights, at least not now. Bedivere quickly left with a heavy heart. He believed that the Night Division Elder, who was still active and escaped the disaster because he went out, should also do the same countermeasures. Hopefully. It seemed that this group of magicians had nothing to do for now. Ms. Maria was anxiously looking for something at the scene. She walked back and forth in the crowd and kept muttering, "Strange. Why did he suddenly disappear? He should have been beside me. Did he run away?" Ms. Maria, who felt like she had done a losing business, thought of the exploded secret crystal and suddenly felt like her heart was bleeding. Her so-called business was not good recently was not a lie, but it was true. But of course, it was not true that she had not bought new underwear for half a year. It was just that she had a bad character of loving money as much as her own life. Even the middle and low-level knights were not clear about what had happened in Sir Perkins Manor, let alone these folk magicians who had been temporarily conscripted. So Bedivere's sudden departure did not attract the attention of the crowd. After all, there were too many reasons that could be explained. Naturally, no one would associate the dignified British Knight Division of Fog being destroyed. Did he really run away? Ms. Maria felt like crying. Sure enough, the gentle and healing magician was a lie. Was he originally a guy who specialized in deceiving old, mature women, cheating money and sex? My ultra-pure secret crystal. 2 teardrops almost fell out and collided with each other. "Ms. Maria, are you looking for me?" At this moment, such a voice sounded beside her. Ms. Maria was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw the young freelance magician in front of her. She put on a bright smile. "I knew it. You won't leave me alone." Perhaps she was too excited, so she wanted to give him a good hug without saying anything. Boss Luo took a step back easily, the instinctive reaction to avoid Run Zeiling's hug, which made the witch miss the opportunity to hug him. Ms. Maria, who missed the hug, felt a little wronged. Fortunately, she did not fall down on the ground, but she still looked over with dissatisfaction. "I was just a little thirsty, so I went to get some water to drink. Sorry to make you worry." Luaccio smiled. "This is for you." There was also a box of prepared mineral water on the truck. "Oh, I see." Ms. Maria hurriedly nodded and took the water. Then she quickly fell under the healing smile again. "The person you are waiting for should be back soon. Please wait a little longer," Luaccio continued. "It's okay," Ms. Maria suddenly said. "If you don't mind, you can come to my magic house and have a seat. Anyway, let the people from the Knight's mechanism take care of the following things." "I still have something to do," Luaccio said softly. "I may not be able to go." In the Palace of Westminster, in the room where Lancelot was imprisoned, Lancelot successfully unlocked the lock of Catherine's chain with an iron wire in her mouth. There seemed to be some commotion outside, but it seemed to have calmed down. Lancelot heard 2 completely different voices fighting, and her spirit seemed to be a little sluggish. But as the 2 voices stopped, she now recovered a little. But unfortunately, the lock made of hamstone was a special magic structure and obviously could not be unlocked by an iron wire. So, she only recovered part of her ability to move, but it was not a problem to leave the room. The corridor was empty. Lancelot had been to the Palace of Westminster more than once or twice. As the Queen's bodyguard, she had been to this place many times and knew the terrain like the back of her hand. But she could not directly know where the Queen was imprisoned by the people of the myth of Doomsday. Lancelot had two choices in front of her. First, escape from here, and then send the message to the Knight's mechanism and wait for backup. The second option was to rescue Her Majesty the Queen, who was a hostage. She quickly gave up on the second idea, not to mention now that the holy armor was taken away. Even if the holy armor was still there, Catherine's holy armor had the weakness of restraining it. Moreover, there were several other key members of the myth of Doomsday. Such a reckless rescue may not be like the protagonist of a lonely hero movie who won in the end. Your Majesty, wait for me to come back. Taking a deep breath, Lancelot looked for the nearest exit and left. Fortunately, perhaps because she was sure that she could not escape, there was no one guarding here, except for the guards in the Palace of Westminster who had been knocked down on the ground. The exit was just ahead, but all of a sudden, a warm current began to rise from her abdomen. Like a burning flame, it instantly rushed to her head, and everything in front of her began to turn into a series of illusions. Lancelot immediately lost her sense of balance and leaned against the wall of the corridor. She felt as if there were countless bugs crawling all over her body. Furthermore, a large amount of heat was emitted from her body, causing her to begin to sweat profusely. Her eyes had become blurred, and she panted and sat on the ground weakly. He didn't know when the feeling of the worm drilling into his body disappeared, but what followed was the feeling of being at a loss, as if all his sensitive spots had been infinitely magnified. Sweat flowed out, soaking the white shirt under her tuxedo. The wet shirt material made her skin faintly visible. How could it be? Lancelot's breathing started to become heavier and heavier. His trembling hands couldn't help but slowly touch his own body. Can't do this! She tried her best to resist the primitive reaction of her body, but she couldn't resist the wild excitement that came when her fingertips gently touched her private parts. Am I going to fall? It's really unsightly. When Lancelot heard this voice in her half-awake state, she only felt that there seemed to be someone standing in front of her, a maid in black and white. Long hair as bright as gold, deep blue eyes. The moment their eyes met, the voice sounded again. Can you be considered a lady like this? Duchess of Aquitaine, Eleanor. P.S. 11/30, Oars. Chapter 13:15. In the quiet corridor, the sound of panting became heavier and heavier. It was as if one could see the mist exhaling from the thin lips. Lancelot instinctively resisted the voice that came to her ears at this time. In the haze, she couldn't see the other person's appearance clearly, although the appearance had been imprinted in her mind long ago. What did she say, Aquitaines? Eleanor? There was a very familiar feeling, which quietly crossed her mind when the sensitivity and excitement of the whole body were about to drown her reason. Then a new round of pleasure directly drowned it. Master said, "Since this is your life during the vacation, no matter what you encounter, we won't give you any help. So the things in your body, you have to force them out by yourself. Or you plan to just give in." He could no longer hear anything. There was only an endless sound that surged in like a tide. Lancelot's entire body was bent. His knees were on the ground, and his head was touching the floor. Her body was constantly trembling. Then a dull humming sound was heard. When she raised her head again, she found that her eyes were slightly sober. At the same time, her lips were stained with blood, and her arm that had been bitten. At the last moment, when she was about to completely lose her reason, she chose to use the method of biting her arm to stimulate her mind with pain. This method was not advisable, but obviously the effect was immediate. Here, Queen, signal! In an extremely sober state, Lancelot said a few words with difficulty. Maybe it was just a subconscious behavior. When her endurance exceeded the limit and she said these words, she directly fell to the ground. The servant girl squatted down, stretched out her hand to tidy up Lancelot's scattered hair, and whispered, "What makes you not want to wake up? Even if it's not the end of the vacation." Queen, support. She could still vaguely hear the voice coming from her lips when she was in a coma. In the early morning of June 2nd, 1940, in the port city in the northeast of France on the coastline, which was also known as the Church on the Dune, what he could see was the army that was slowly advancing like ants with low morale. They had consumed too much physical strength and fighting spirit in the past few days. Behind them, the tanks and chariots of the imperialists were like ferocious tigers. We won't be able to hold on for long. Is there any hope? This retreat. I really want to go home. If I can't go back, please return my belongings to my hometown, my brother. Fallen people along the way. Fallen people could be seen everywhere. It was as if the figures had crawled out of the mud. They were like old people who were walking at sunset, bending their backs as they walked. Their eyes were filled with confusion and fear. They should be trying to pull themselves together, but both their minds and bodies seemed to have reached their limits. Finally, another soldier fell on the road. In the crowd, she quickly ran to the soldier's side and anxiously shouted, "Soldier, soldier! Wake up! Ching!" Her words did not last long. The other soldiers seemed to have known the outcome, so they moved forward silently. "Let's go, take his tag." "Forgive me, I really don't have the strength to carry his body, nurse." A veteran stopped beside her for a moment and patted her on the shoulder. No one knew the real identity of this nurse who was covered in mud. Who would know that such a little nurse with such a terrible appearance would be the princess of their country? In the end, the veteran pulled the military tag off the corpse. He shook his head and followed the team in front of him. She was the only one who held the body that was still warm and seemed to still have a heartbeat. The soldiers around her lowered their heads and walked past silently, because time was really tight. "Who are you crying for? Yourself or them, Elizabeth?" When she looked up, she saw a pair of blue eyes. She was not in a bad state like them. Even if she was wearing a military uniform, she was as clean as usual. Elizabeth didn't know how she did it. This homeroom had always been so mysterious, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Even if she walked with the army, it seemed that except for herself, no one knew of her existence. She was like a ghost. He should have been saved and shouldn't have been abandoned halfway like this. They were the same. But why did they have to go through such a war? Why not go through war? The girl looked up in disbelief, and her voice trembled. "Teacher, do you think war is right?" She said, "Do you think it's wrong? But it also promotes the development of civilization. It's because of the desire to invade that human beings force themselves to become stronger and stronger. Without these desires, the humans on this land might still be children living in the Garden of Eden, and there wouldn't be so many brilliant civilizations today. Blood is the soil to plant the flowers of civilization. I should have taught you that." The young girl sorrowfully looked back at the path of retreat, the corpses that had fallen, and the bad news that had been continuously coming from the past few days flooded in. Only the princess who had just lost her childishness had tears in her eyes. She was as helpless as a bird that had lost its wings and was falling off a cliff. "Are you hating yourself for being weak, Elizabeth?" Holding the body that was gradually losing its temperature, the young princess bit her lips tightly. The answer revealed in her eyes was already obvious. "But I can't change anything by myself, no matter how hard I try. Really, there's no way." But she quickly recognized the reality. She was no longer the little girl in the warm castle who wanted to learn horsemanship, strategy, and fencing to participate in the war. After a year of experience, she had already tasted the cruelty of all kinds of wars. She clearly realized how small human strength was in the face of collective and war. Even if it's just one person, he can change everything. When the blue eyes looked at the young princess, she even felt like she was lost in the sea. She would never forget the voice, appearance, and gaze of the other party at this time, even if it's just one person. When you become the king. Become the king. She stretched out her hand to her, and she subconsciously put her hand in her palm. She only heard her whisper, "You will be crowned king." Year 53, the 2nd day of June. Britain, Westminster Abbey, Westminster Abbey. The palace maids and guards, as well as the police of the Fog City, had to look for traces of that big shot in this royal church. In less than half an hour, the most important ceremony would begin. However, they didn't know where that person went. Everyone's anxiety was already written on their faces. She saw all of this in her eyes, standing on the top of the tower, looking down. She was no longer a young girl, nor a girl. After more than 10 years of unimaginable experience, she would finally be crowned king in this church. Didn't come. Teacher? At this time, the future queen was holding a book with some damaged corners in her hands, a French version of Confession. She took one last look at the entrance of the church, and then slowly walked down. She didn't know when, but that mysterious homeschool had disappeared from her life. Her life had disappeared. But in the years of teaching, she had left behind too many memories. You will be crowned king. And that day, this sentence would be with her for the rest of her life. 13 years later, Princess Elizabeth came to the door of the auditorium for the coronation ceremony. The people inside slowly opened the door for the well-dressed future queen. She looked inside, but the light shone from inside. She only saw a blank space. Creak, yeah. The sound of the door opening suddenly startled Her Majesty. She was taking a nap and was sitting on a corner of the sofa. There was a tattered book on her lap. At the moment of waking up, Her Majesty saw Miss Maid open the door. Her Majesty was startled at first, then showed a smile. She didn't stand up. She sat up quietly with an impeccable sitting posture. I just had a dream. Her Majesty whispered, "It's a little long dream." Do you still like to daydream, Elizabeth? Miss Maid also walked slowly into the room with an impeccable smile and an impeccable posture. Of course, if she didn't grab the back of Lancelot's collar at this time, it would be really impeccable if she dragged her in like this. What happened to this child? Her Majesty glanced at her and asked curiously. Probably her self-esteem doesn't allow her to do something shameful, so she chose to be unconscious. Ye said indifferently, "This is a strong child." Her Majesty showed a kind look. Miss Maid casually threw Lancelot on the ground. Her Majesty couldn't help but open her mouth slightly, and finally said with a wry smile, "She hasn't changed at all, teacher." Yi looked around and said, "It seems that as a hostage, your situation isn't too bad." It wasn't like the stone room in the monastery at the beginning. In this building of the British Parliament, there probably wasn't a place with such bad conditions, right? Strictly speaking, this was a place like a study. It was the place where the Queen used to rest when she came to the Parliament, probably to understand a harmless old woman like me. The Queen smiled and then slowly stood up. "Do you want some tea?" "I made some black tea." "Do you still have this book?" Miss Maid looked at the Queen, who was carefully putting the book away. Her Majesty looked down at Confession and smiled. "Occasionally I open it and read it. After all, it brought me a lot of painful memories." The Queen quickly raised her head, no longer talking about the book, but asked curiously, "I don't see your male companion." "He's now experiencing something that can make him happy," Miss Maid said softly. Her Majesty opened her mouth and looked at her blankly. After a while, the Queen's eyes became soft. "Teacher, you also have such a gentle side. What a lucky man. I suddenly feel jealous. So, I don't plan to waste too much time on you." Miss Maid said indifferently, "Now tell me. You called me with the black card. What's the matter?" The Queen slowly came to the tea table making tea and said casually, "We didn't have much time to talk in the theater. I think your male companion is also a tolerant person. so he should be willing to leave this time to me. Do you want some sugar? Miss Maid narrowed her eyes. Little Elizabeth seems to have grown into a bad woman. Then I'll put one in. I remember you only add one at a time. The Queen smiled and served the black tea, and then asked abruptly, Teacher, the reason why you came to teach me is that my father made a deal with you, right? Generally speaking, we'll keep the information of the customer's transactions confidential. Miss Maid sat down slowly, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. Well, your tea-making skills have improved. Anyway, it's been 60 years. Teacher, the Queen murmured. It's just the time for this cup of tea, Miss Maid said abruptly. The Queen smiled bitterly. You're still as ruthless. There's indeed something I want you to do. Look at my situation now. At this moment, the sound of light footsteps came from outside the room. Then someone knocked on the door. A bulletproof car slowly stopped in front of the gate of the Palace of Westminster. A man in his 30s in a military uniform came out of the driver's seat and opened the back door. Sir Hopkins walked out slowly. Caesar also came out of the other side of the door. Thank you often, my child, the old knight said with a smile. This was the officer who followed the Prime Minister as the commander of the Fianna base. He was the adopted son of the old knight. The old knight looked up at the Parliament in front of him and suddenly said, Actually, I don't like this place very much. As he spoke, he slowly walked up the stairs leading to the top. At the same time, Often followed the old knight with 2 wooden boxes in her arms. Caesar looked at Sir Hopkins, who was halfway up the stairs expressionlessly, and suddenly said, Hopkins, do you still remember your promise? The knight turned around and smiled. Of course, my uncle. How could I betray the covenant between us? Don't worry, the next activation of the Holy Grail will fulfill your wish. Caesar didn't say anything and just followed him silently. The old knight seemed to have recovered a little, and his pace became faster. At this moment, a figure appeared at the end of the stairs. He was kneeling on the ground with one knee. His face was pale, as if he had suffered a serious injury. The wounds on his body could even be seen clearly. Oh, Simpton. The knight stopped and said, You're back too. I know you won't let me down. I met a strange person. His strength was terrifying. I couldn't even take one hit from him. Simpton lowered his head. His voice was flat as he raised the magic sword in his hands. The old knight frowned. He seemed to have thought of something from this simple description. He let Offen take the magic sword and then reached out to help Simpton up. Don't worry, my knight. I will give you more power. Soon. Come with me. He walked past Simpton and walked forward. After a few steps, he found that Simpton was still standing there. The old knight turned around and smiled. He waved his hand. Come, don't stop. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. Actually, I wanted to update earlier, but there was a power outage. Fortunately, this chapter didn't lose much. Otherwise, I would have given up sleeping. Chapter 1316. The figure was running quickly in the street. Even though he was moving at high speed, Bedivere was still communicating with the 2 pavilion elders who were still unharmed and hurriedly discussing what happened. But he quickly stopped because he sensed a large number of active magic power sources. Even more directly, he saw a group of guys in black robes with their faces covered. They were walking quickly at this time. Bedivere naturally couldn't turn a blind eye to such a strange lineup. He directly swept in front of these guys and blocked their way. Stop! I have something to ask you. Among the group of black-cloaked people, one person slowly walked out at this time. This person slowly lifted the hat on his head in front of Knight Bedivere. Bedivere opened his mouth slightly at this time and said in astonishment, It's you, Gareth? Who are you? It's a bit long. Mr. Gareth said seriously, Come with me, I'll tell you on the way. Where are we going? Bedivere frowned suddenly. A tragedy had just happened in the headquarters of the Knights of Fog, but Gareth was now. This made him vigilant. I know you must be suspecting me, but... Gareth smiled bitterly. Just like when I first heard it, I found it hard to imagine and even believe. Who are they? Bedivere frowned again. I'm Ace, one of the 4 deacons of the Secretary Tower of the Magician Association. The man with a bird of light on his shoulder said slowly. The Magician Association. Bedivere opened his mouth in surprise, then pondered for a moment before looking at Gareth. Where are you going to take me? Let's talk on the way. In the end, they still walked into the church. When the door opened, Her Majesty the Queen in shackles could be seen. She was watched by Catherine, sitting in a chair and waiting. On the other hand, Lancelot was paralyzed on the ground, motionless. What happened? Caesar asked with a frown. This old woman doesn't seem to be honest. To be honest, I've long said that she shouldn't be treated too well. Catherine shrugged and pointed at Lancelot on the ground. As for this female knight, she probably had too much willpower. I don't know what method she used to escape. In the end, she couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed at the old woman's resting place. In fact, I have long advised against keeping it. Caesar didn't say anything. Seeing that their leader didn't say anything, the Doomsday Corps members naturally didn't continue the topic. At this moment, Her Majesty looked at a relief sculpture in front of the podium in the auditorium. She slowly stood up, with her back to Hopkins and the others, and suddenly said, Hopkins, I don't like this place. Can we go somewhere else? Here, there are memories of most of the important moments you have experienced in your life. I think it will be more appropriate when your life ends here. The old knight smiled. My queen. The queen sighed slowly, turned around, and said with a frown, In fact, I don't understand why it's you, Hopkins. You are the descendant of the noble King Arthur, the commander of the Knights of Fog. You have already stood at the top of the pyramid of inhuman power in Britain. What else is there to be unsatisfied with? Human beings can only progress if their needs are not satisfied. I have always thought. He walked slowly and came to the front of Her Majesty the Queen. Human beings shouldn't stop in their tracks. What are you pursuing? Her Majesty the Queen looked straight into his eyes. I see it again. This is the Queen's gaze I am familiar with. The old knight seemed to be fascinated by this pair of eyes and whispered, Elizabeth, what do you think is the source of motivation for people to move forward? Greedy as you, Her Majesty the Queen said sarcastically. The old knight just smiled. In fact, you are right. The things you said I have. Over the years I have been asking myself, what else do I need? But in the end, no matter how many nights I thought about it, I didn't have an answer. Suddenly one day I found the answer. I think what I need is power. You can already command the Knights of Fog. This is your power. No. It's not that. It shouldn't be just that. Hopkins sighed, and his cloudy eyes suddenly burst out with light. It's my own power. There is one thing I still don't understand. Since I have the blood of King Arthur, why? Why can't I get the inhuman power? Why can't I become extraordinary? My strong physique, my youth, all these wonderful things are fading away bit by bit as I age. I am also getting old. The Queen shook her head. So next I will even replace you. A smile appeared on the old knight's face, and he whispered, If you were still young and beautiful, that would be great. But it doesn't matter. You will see the moment when I am crowned king, not a king without real power like you are now, but a real king. The Queen was silent and seemed to be a little sad. She just sighed. Sir Hopkins smiled and said, Elizabeth, I know the reason why you are still calm. You probably think that the reinforcements of the Magician Association should be here soon, or even have already arrived, right? The Queen's expression changed slightly, but then she quickly covered it up. I am just an old woman who is being played in the palm of your hand. Every day I am either playing with my pet or appearing in front of the camera under your arrangement. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Even if they come, it doesn't matter. Sir Hopkins waved his hand. All of this will be over soon. Okay, it's about time. As he said that, Sir Hopkins slowly stepped back and open his arms as if he was giving a hug. Ophon walked past him with the things in her hands, walked to the stage of the auditorium, and put down the things in her hands one by one. However, at this moment, creak, yeah, the sound of the door opening. At this moment, the sound was heard, and at the moment when the door was opened, a skinny man in a white suit stood there expressionlessly. Farrell. Then, behind him, Miss Witch was panting and sweating profusely. The moment he appeared, Knight Simpton didn't hesitate or think, and directly rushed up. His speed was so fast that only a shadow could be seen flashing. But Farrell waved his hand casually as if he was swatting a fly, and with a loud sound, Knight Simpton was directly slapped into the wall at the side. A mouthful of blood was directly spat out from his mouth. Just like that, he fainted. Caesar frowned, and at the same time he narrowed his eyes. Behind him, the people from the myth of Doomsday walked up. You are. Sir Hopkins was slightly surprised, and then he seemed to remember something, and then he said seriously, the person Simpton met, was it you? Farrell. I seem to have heard something not good. Farrell was silent for a moment. The blood of the king seems to have become dirty in your body. The old knight's expression suddenly became a bit unnatural, and then he said indifferently, I think you don't have to stop me. After all, you were once determined to protect this country, this land, and not to serve anyone, right? That's why I've always hated the system of knights. Farrell shook his head. Bloodline, hereditary, the blood of the king, to me is nothing. Actually, if you can convince me, anyone can. Then Sir Hopkins nodded, and then he said, Caesar. Without any hesitation, a purple-black light flashed from Caesar's body, and then the inheritance of the 12 knights appeared. You. Farrell seemed to be surprised by this situation, and he couldn't help but frown. Because they had fought before, Lancelot should be a woman. Of course, when he came in, he noticed Lancelot lying on the ground. While he was stunned, Caesar had already made his move. Indestructible lake light, instantly chopped down. But at this time, Farrell moved like lightning and caught the sharp sword with 2 fingers. Your speed is not bad. Much better than those few brats I met before. Farrell nodded. You should have reached the 3rd stage of attire in half a day? Very good. I've decided you are the real Lancelot of this generation. But if you want to deal with me, you are still a bit lacking. It's just not bad, Caesar suddenly replied. Farrell was startled, and then he saw that blood had already started to flow out from between his fingers that caught the sword. His palm had obviously been cut open by the wind of the sword. After this attack, Caesar quickly retreated, and then he regained his composure. At the same time, he was inwardly shocked, because the result of this sneak attack was so little that it made people despair. At this time, after Farrell glanced at the wound on his palm, he suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person, and a huge murderous intent was emitted from his body. That surging power that almost made people despair. His thin face suddenly revealed a sinister smile, as if he was an evil spirit that had walked out of hell. Very good, this kind of combat power is worthy of the 12 knights. Under that huge and terrifying pressure, everyone couldn't help but retreat. Her Majesty the Queen, as an ordinary person, directly slumped on the chair, and her expression changed several times. Then, let me test where your limit is. You must satisfy me. Farrell stretched out his right hand, and a black light sword condensed just like that. It wasn't a forged weapon, but a sword blade condensed from power. He walked over step by step, and the pressure increased exponentially. The chairs and tables in the auditorium directly exploded because they couldn't bear it. Caesar couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. But at this time, 2 cold lights suddenly shot from above Farrell. Farrell didn't even look, and the black light sword in his hand seemed to flash, and the 2 cold lights were directly broken, falling to the ground, and surprisingly there were 2 broken flying knives. At the dome of the auditorium, a figure wearing a yellow holy armor and looking at people with a smiling face could be seen at this time. The clown Dargoni. D'Argoni, you're here too." Sir Hopkins didn't seem to be surprised, and just nodded at Mr. Clown. Mr. Clown casually threw out a ball to Sir Hopkins, and then said with a smile, "It took some time to deal with Geraint, so I came late. I gave you the old man, everything in the headquarters of the Knights of Fog, including a round table member and several cabinet elders." It was the ball that Alfin reached out and took. Next, "Yesterday was really. Thank you for taking care of me." The moment the ball was thrown out, the clown rushed out in an instant like a ghost. I was still thinking, when can I see Mr. Farrell again? I didn't expect that it would come so soon. It's really a happy reunion. A clown is a clown, no matter which generation it is. It's always like this. Farrell sneered and directly punched out. The fist collided with the fist. A huge wave of air directly exploded at this moment. The Royal Auditorium couldn't withstand this huge force at this moment, and the dome was instantly broken. In the splashing of broken stones, the clown's crazy laughter could be heard. "You're really the strongest knight in history. Even without wearing the holy armor, you're still so terrifying. So good. Come again, Mr. Farrell." Ha 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 ha. The crazy punches bombarded. The strong wind brought about by each punch destroyed everything that was left behind. The royal hall, which was already in a precarious situation, directly collapsed with a loud rumble at this moment. At this time, several figures directly rushed up. Caesar with the indestructible lake light, the people from Myth of Doomsday, and the clown. And they were facing the strongest knight in history, who could only use 15% of his strength. The Palace of Westminster, which had a long history, was turned into ruins in less than half a minute. The old knight, who was only an ordinary person, couldn't recognize this battle with his body. But this didn't stop him from being obsessed with this power. "Alfin, my child, do you see this? This is the power I want. Let's start. Why should we waste the time they bought for us?" Alfin nodded. Although the auditorium directly collapsed, it didn't hurt him or Hopkins. But Simpton was already buried under the rocks. At this time, Alfin quickly took out the 2 boxes that he carried with him, which contained an ancient crown and the Holy Grail. Sir Hopkins came in front of the Holy Grail and opened his hands. "All these years, I secretly collected the souls of non-human criminals." Sir Hopkins took off a ring on his finger and directly threw it into the Holy Grail. The blood of the orcs. He then raised the magic sword and let the blood drip into the Holy Grail. The noble souls of the loyal knights. Then the ball sent by the clown was also put into the Holy Grail. Finally, Sir Hopkins raised the Holy Grail up high with an excited expression. "And all the souls that died in the Fog City today, I will use them all as sacrifices. You will fulfill my wish." Looking at the night sky Farrell, who used absolute power to easily suppress the people from Myth of Doomsday and the clown, Sir Hopkins shouted, "You will give me the same power and powerful body as him. You will give me the holy armor of Mordred. Powerful, unbelievably powerful. The legend of Farrell, the terrifying legend that almost destroyed the knight's mechanism in one night, the rebellious power of Mordred. How powerful was it? The moment he held the Holy Grail with both hands, it was as if there were countless voices in Hopkins' mind, like the whispers of demons tempting humans. The most primitive desire in his heart was aroused in an instant. After several rounds of sacrifices, the Holy Grail started to emit a strong light, not a bright white light, but a strange black light. However, he was just as dazzling. A black radiance burst forth in an instant. As the black radiance flickered, Farrell suddenly stopped. The moment he stopped, Caesar and the others who were besieging him didn't hesitate at all. Everyone and their weapons fell on Farrell's body almost at the same time. Even Mr. Clown's fist, which was covered in the Holy Grail, directly hit Farrell's head. All the power hit Farrell's body, but there was no rebound. His body withstood the attacks, just like that. But he still stood in the same place in a daze, motionless. Caesar suddenly waved his hand at this time, and the people of mythology of Doomsday instantly moved away. Only Mr. Clown seemed to have found something fun, and his fists kept bombarding Farrell's chest. Can't break, can't break. What kind of monster-level body is this? Why can't I break it? Mr. Clown's smiling face had long turned into a crying face under the exploding fists that were like bullets. Every punch landed solidly on Farrell's body, but Farrell didn't react at all and just stood there stupidly. Finally, Farrell raised his head and looked at the black light rising from the sky. "They're back, they're back, they're back, they're back! They're back!" I said. "They're not all dead, they'll come back." I said it. You didn't believe me. You didn't believe me. Ah! His body actually started to tremble. Just a few seconds ago, Farrell had been so powerful that he made everyone feel despair. But now he was like a madman as he faced the black pillar of light and let out a panicked shout. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. 12/30ths. Chapter 1317. They're back! At this moment, Farrell's whole body suddenly trembled. Then he hugged his head and squatted down. No matter how Clown's fists bombarded his body, he didn't seem to feel any pain. Finally, Clown gave up attacking this guy. "They're back. Ah!" Suddenly, Farrell stood up, and a violent aura emanated from his body like a tornado. While he was still in shock, he had already crossed the distance and appeared in front of Clown in a flash. Clown's superhuman senses couldn't catch Farrell's movements. Then, under Clown's incredulous gaze, he saw Farrell reach out and tear open his holy armor, his breastplate. "Get lost!" After tearing open Clown's breastplate, Farrell threw out a punch. Clown's body was directly smashed into the ground. At this moment, Farrell, who was holding a piece of Clown's holy armor in his hand, directly looked at Caesar. Caesar had the blood of an orc, but at this moment he was a real beast. Flash. He didn't have time to react, and his chest was directly hit. The dark purple holy armor was instantly smashed into pieces, turned into light, and returned to the holy seal. At the same time, the indestructible lake light was seized by Farrell. It was also a punch. Caesar was directly smashed into the building. In the blink of an eye, Caesar and Clown were both defeated by Farrell. Farrell didn't stop. He didn't even look at Catherine and the others from the myth of Doomsday. As if he had gone crazy, he raised his breastplate with one hand as a shield and held the indestructible lake light with the other, and rushed toward the place where the black light was emitting. The elven mark on the blade shone brightly. Under the pitch-black brilliance, it was like a firefly. "Demon, die!" Farrell roared. At this moment, he madly rushed in, raised the indestructible lake light in his hand, and directly slashed at Hopkins without saying a word. At this moment, Sir Hopkins only felt an endless stream of vitality beginning to flow from the Holy Grail into his body through his hands. His aged skin began to regain its firmness. His white hair also began to turn pitch black. His skinny body also began to slowly become stronger. He was experiencing the process of recovering from old age to youth. This wonderful feeling of regaining control of life made him lose himself in the endless sea of passion. When Farrell's sword slashed, he suddenly woke up from this wonderful feeling. He was so frightened. He was afraid that in the end, all of this would be destroyed by Farrell's strike. No. Sir Hopkins furiously. However, Farrell's target wasn't him. It was the Holy Grail in his hands. Clang! The indestructible lake light broke through the black light and slashed at the edge of the Holy Grail. Only the sound of collision could be heard. It was like the sound of a huge bell. The whole city shook. Crack! Broken. It was the indestructible lake light that was broken. The blade directly shattered into stardust in front of Farrell. Then a huge force was released from the Holy Grail and directly blasted him away. The shield of the holy armor in his hand directly shattered under the release of this force. Farrell crossed his hands in front of his body to protect himself. 2 long traces of his legs were left on the ground. His white suit was already tattered, and a large part of his body was exposed. At this moment, there was boiling steam coming out. His skin looked like it was burned. He blocked it, but at the same time he became more confused, crazy, and even terrified. I can't win. I can't win no matter what. I can't win. Why? At this moment, he abruptly pressed his hands against his head. The moment he looked at the Holy Grail, his entire body began to tremble. Countless fallen figures appeared before his eyes, one after another, their faces filled with despair. Those were his comrades and companions who were killed by him during the riot. They seemed to be mocking him or scolding him. They rushed up and began to choke his neck and grab his hands and feet. The ground seemed to have turned into a swamp, and countless ghosts reached out their hands from the swamp. In the darkness, they seemed to want to drag him into the swamp. Don't come over. Don't come over. He turned around and rushed out to escape. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. I didn't kill them. I didn't kill them. Get away. The craziness and panic of the most powerful knight in history made everyone dumbfounded. He actually escaped like this. While being dumbfounded, everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After all, no one wanted to face this monster again. It was just that what kind of terrifying thing could cause him to be so terrified that he would flee in panic like a coward? No one knew. They just subconsciously looked at the black light that didn't disperse, and a sense of fear slowly rose in their hearts. Catherine hugged her arms tightly in fear. In the distance, Miss Witch, who had thought that victory was in her grasp, felt a mighty force that caused her soul to sink into boundless darkness, even though she didn't know what Farrell was trying to do. She wasn't much better than Farrell. After a scream, the witch ran away from this place. Laughter. At first, it was a chuckle, and then it was an arrogant and wild laughter that even Sir Hopkins himself didn't think would appear on him. He wasn't arrogant, or else he wouldn't have planned everything so carefully. He wouldn't have waited until his hair was white before he started everything. But the power that surged into his body made him instantly lost in the whirlpool of endless power. Even the most powerful knight in history ran away like a stray dog under the power of the Holy Grail. He saw it with his own eyes. The power seemed to have opened all the nerves of the knight in an instant. An indescribable feeling of refreshment washed away his calmness, scheming, thinking, what was the use of these? Under this invincible power, the Inhuman's insufferably arrogant gaze, and the natural contempt for ordinary humans. It wasn't that they were arrogant, but when their power reached this level, they didn't need to care about the shackles of the world anymore. Great. The power of the Holy Grail was still coming. The more top-grade items were sacrificed, the more powerful its effect would be. Hopkins looked at his strong arms with fascination, feeling the youthful vitality of every part of his body, and the change from a white-haired old man to a strong man. He stopped his wild laughter and called out softly, "Mordred!" A huge holy seal appeared on his chest, and at the same time, a set of holy armor that was secretly hidden in the manor disappeared instantly and then appeared on the knight's body. The moment his palm touched the armor, the holy armor turned into a stream of light and covered the body of Sir Hopkins. Mordred's holy armor. Surging power began to flow into his body. At this moment, Sir Hopkins casually threw out a punch. Boom! With one punch, more than half of the broken palace was destroyed, just like that. He slowly raised the arm that threw out the punch and clenched it. At this moment, it was as if the whole world was already in his palm. He suddenly waved his hand. In the already destroyed royal auditorium, the floor directly cracked open, and the broken stones and broken furniture were all pushed to the side. As the floor cracked open, a flight of stairs began to appear. On the stairs, a huge throne made of various materials finally appeared in front of him, just like that. Sir Hopkins looked at the Holy Grail in his hand with satisfaction. It was like a scepter that allowed him to control the world at will. Everything was according to his will. He was immersed in this happy feeling, and walked step by step toward the throne on the steps. What no one noticed was that when the black light of the Holy Grail emitted, the body of Knight Lancelot, who was buried under the rubble, quietly wrapped around a trace of black fog. Rumble inside the collapsed building, a figure flipped over a huge boulder that fell on him and staggered out. It was Mr. Clown. At this moment, Mr. Clown pressed one hand on his shoulder, and his steps were a bit light, but he still walked step by step toward the Royal Auditorium. Along the way, Mr. Clown saw Catherine, Judas, and a few others. They gathered together, and their expressions were a bit blank, as if they were looking for Caesar. Mr. Clown ignored them and walked into the auditorium. Although the dome was broken, the auditorium was still shining with a dazzling golden light. On the steps, on the huge throne, Hopkins, who was wearing the holy armor, was holding his chin with one hand and looking down from the throne. The Holy Grail was still in his hand. In front of him, his adopted son, Orphan, was kneeling on one knee in front of him. Simpton, who was seriously injured but still managed to crawl out from the rubble, was also kneeling in front of Hopkins. Her Majesty the Queen was also there. Her Majesty the Queen was now shackled by many halos. Her Majesty the Queen lowered her head, and her expression was obviously not good. Dagonite. Hopkins moved his gaze forward a bit. "Thank you for your hard work, my knight. It is indeed a bit difficult for you to resist Farrell. Come forward." Mr. Clown shrugged, came to the side of Simpton and Orphan, and also knelt on one knee on the ground. At this moment, Hopkins suddenly said, "I will be crowned as the king here. Orphan." At this moment, Orphan nodded and then stood up directly. His hands were holding the ancient crown that he had brought at the beginning. He held the crown, lowered his head, and walked up the steps step by step. But at this moment, Hopkins suddenly waved his hand and said, "Wait a minute, my child." Orphan's expression changed slightly, and then he raised his head in astonishment. He saw that Hopkins wasn't looking at him, but at the night sky. He then raised his head as well. Above the broken dome of the auditorium, there were many figures floating in the air. There were probably more than 30 or 40 of them. These people were all wearing gray and black robes that covered their faces. Every one of them was emitting a strong aura of magic power. Sir Hopkins glanced at them casually, then smiled, and looked at the Queen, who was standing quietly with her head lowered at the bottom of the steps. "It seems that your backer has finally arrived. I'm more curious. How did you manage to invite these magicians, Elizabeth?" "Probably because I transferred the mining rights of the several mineral resources in the Eastern Secret Land." The Queen raised her head. "Now that I think about it, I'm really a prodigal person." The Eastern Secret Land. Hopkins frowned. He knew the amount of mineral resources in that place. Those hidden ores were all very precious magic materials. "You're really generous. After all, you've always been by my side." The Queen looked quite helpless at this moment. "So, why can't you be more careful?" Hopkins turned back. "In fact, I'm still more used to your white-haired appearance, which makes me feel that time has actually passed." "Ridiculous." Hopkins shook his head, then slowly stood up from the throne. "Maybe in your eyes, the inhuman power doesn't have any concept at all. Even the difference between an ordinary knight and the 12 knights, in your eyes, is only the difference between a boxer and an ordinary person. Sometimes quantity doesn't determine victory. In this regard, that Mr. Prime Minister has actually verified it. Is this really the only way?" The Queen sighed. "Hopkins, do you really think that these people from the Magicians' Association can fight against the current me?" Hopkins waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. Since it's my coronation, of course, I need some spectators. Although there aren't many people, if they're all magicians, it's still okay." One of the many magicians who had been gazing from the sky suddenly said, "This is the spoils of war that were distributed to the knights after the Great War back, then, the Holy Grail." "It seems that you're also familiar with that period of history," Hopkins said indifferently. "Maybe you're still very young and don't know its true power." "That's not necessarily true." This man with a little light bird on his shoulder, Mr. Ace, one of the 4 deacons of the Magicians Association's Secret Arts Tower, smiled and said, "In terms of spoils of war, didn't we also hide too? Are you going to fight against me on behalf of the Magicians Association?" Hopkins asked expressionlessly. "No." Deacon Ace shook his head. "I'm just representing the Magicians Association to complete the employment task entrusted by our employer." "Well," Hopkins shook his head with a little pity, then sighed and said, "I'll let you see my current power, and then I'll give you another chance. Choose surrender, or become my sacrifice." With that, Hopkins punched out casually. The wave of fist light rushed out. The people of the Magicians Association seemed to have been prepared, and they all raised their hands in an instant. But before they launched their magic, 2 figures appeared like lightning and blocked the fist light. When the light dissipated, the 2 figures landed in the middle of the auditorium. One of them was wearing an azure holy armor. They looked at Hopkins, who was sitting on the throne, with a heavy expression. "Oh, Gareth and Bedivere, you're here too." Hopkins smiled and opened his hands. "Are you here to celebrate the birth of the new king? Knights." "Mr. Hopkins, is it really you?" Gareth looked sad. "For your own selfish reasons, is it really you? Actually, you think I'm wrong, is that true?" Hopkins shook his head. "Why don't you think that under my leadership, Britain will regain the honor of being the strongest country in the world? Why don't you think I'll do better?" "I'm sorry, I can't agree with such brutal success." Gareth took a deep breath and slowly pulled out his sword. "Mr. Hopkins, please turn back." The moment Gareth activated his weapon, dozens of black shadows appeared behind Bedivere, densely filling the auditorium. Among them, several of the shadow people were directly guarding Her Majesty, the Queen's side at this time. "You've been frightened, Your Majesty the Queen," Bedivere said in a deep voice. "I'm sorry to let you see this kind of thing inside the Knights organization. We'll clean it up right away." "Ha ha ha ha." Hopkins's carnival-like laughter appeared again. It was difficult to define his state at this time. Perhaps his personality hadn't changed, but it had been affected in some way. He would no longer keep himself calm, following his heart, so it was obviously more pleasurable. "You guys aren't enough." Hopkins's eyes suddenly became crazed. "What if you add us?" Outside the Royal Auditorium, an aged voice suddenly rang out. Along with the voice, several figures rushed into the auditorium. Behind these figures, 2 old men slowly walked in. They were clearly the only 2 remaining cabinet elders of the Knights organization, respectively in charge of Odin's Treasure and Birmingham's Knights organization. And behind them, several core members of the Myth of Doom, Catherine, Judas, Tipu, and Dobas, were already restrained and escorted in by more than a dozen knights. All of them revealed a defeated expression and hung their heads dejectedly. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. The next chapter will be later. Genius remembers this site's address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1318. Trusty and Gareth cried out in surprise and then looked at the other figures that had arrived with the bearded man. "Garis, Kai, Eckhart, you guys." The first few figures who appeared were none other than the current 12 round table members who escorted the different pavilion elders to the Mist City. When the Mist City was in a riot, they were the first to take action. They were responsible for suppressing different places and evacuating the crowd. "We received a message from Bedivere," Trusty said in a deep voice. It was hard to believe at first, but now, shaking his head, Trusty's expression didn't look good. He sighed and looked at the clown Dagonet. "It seems that there's a traitor among us. Thank you for the compliment." Mr. Clown showed a bright smile. Seeing this, Gareth gritted his teeth and his eyes dimmed. At this moment, one of the 2 pavilion elders who led a group of knights stepped forward. "Hopkins, I'm sad for the bloodline of the Night King. Surrender. Not only were there 6 12-round table members in the auditorium, but there were also the magician troops waiting in the sky. Outside the royal auditorium, there were also hundreds of powerful middle-level and upper-level knights. At this moment, this place was completely surrounded. The first one. Right at this moment, Hopkins suddenly opened his mouth and said something. What followed was a dark red ray of light that shot out from his slightly raised finger. The ray of light directly passed through the crowd, passed through the 12 people at the round table, and directly pierced through the forehead of the cabinet elder who had just spoken. A second ago he was still speaking righteously and majestically, but in the next second he completely lost his head and his body fell to the ground. Puff! Until the body fell and made a dull sound. Everyone, all the members of the night mechanical unit who were present, as if they had just woken up from a dream, showed an extremely shocked and furious expression. The second one, but it wasn't over yet. When the finger pointed, the red light shot out again. In the auditorium, a knight who was watching the Doomsday Myth prisoner was directly penetrated in the chest and became a corpse. Hopkins! An angry voice suddenly came out of Trusty's mouth. In an instant, the 12 round table members put on their armor and attacked Sir Hopkins, who was on the stairs. Sir Hopkins sneered at this moment, and the Holy Grail in his hand was easily swung out. The 6 knights, who had inherited the power and the highest combat power of the Knight Mechanical Unit, were swept to the ground at the same time by an unbelievably powerful force. The holy armors on their bodies directly exploded, and the fragments returned to their holy seals. Defeat in an instant. The royal auditorium was dead silent at this moment. Even the magicians who were temporarily watching the battle were silent at this moment. It was fine if they didn't know, but if they didn't know the 12 round table members, they would know what kind of ability they had the ability. At this moment, as he watched Gareth and the others fall to the ground and vomit blood incessantly, the expression of the last surviving Edinburgh Knight's cabinet elder changed drastically. It wasn't just him. The numerous middle and upper-level knights beside and behind him were all the same. Fear grew. I've said it before. Looking at the dead silent Sir Hopkins, he smiled faintly and said, "I'll give you a chance to choose. Everyone from the Magicians' Association. Of course, this includes all the knights here. And you, Rulford." His gaze finally fell on the Edinburgh Grand Elder. "Do you plan to kneel before me and become the new king, or do you plan to be buried here, to accompany your old friends?" Sir Hopkins's gaze instantly became majestic. Under his gaze, the last Grand Elder suddenly couldn't bear it and knelt on the ground subconsciously. He looked at all this in horror. He looked at the other 12 round table members and the middle-level and upper-level knights who were looking at him with either fear, disbelief, or confusion. In the end, he gritted his teeth. "Since he couldn't resist, then, new king, I'm willing to submit to you." He took a deep breath and said, "I'll become your follower." "Good. Rulford, I knew you were a smart person." Hopkins said, "Do you know why I didn't kill you the second time? Because next I'll be reorganizing the Knight organization, so I need someone who can help me manage it. In the future, in the new Knight organization, you'll be the one with the highest authority besides me." "Thank you," he didn't say much. Since he had already decided to submit, this Grand Elder was very clear about his current position and position. "Then what about you?" Sir Hopkins looked around at everyone at this time. "Become my sacrifice or become the sword in my hand. Help me open up a prosperous Britain and become the hero and legend of the new era? I'm willing to submit to you, new king." Unexpectedly, the first one to shout out was Mr. Clown, who had a bright smile on his face. Even though he was originally on Sir Hopkins's side, he was still the first to kneel down. "Dagonite, you bastard!" Gareth, who had always been modest to others, wiped the blood from his mouth, stood up again and cursed. By the way, as if he was afraid that Gareth wasn't angry enough, Mr. Clown narrowed his eyes and laughed. "I was the one who destroyed the headquarters of the Fog City. I also cut off Geraint's head with my own hands." "What?" Mr. Gareth, who had already stood up, suddenly felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out, and his hands hung down powerlessly. "I'm willing to submit to you, my king." Suddenly, a deep voice sounded from Gareth's side. What made him unable to believe was that the person who followed the clown Dagonite submission was actually a fellow member of the Round Table 12, the one with the name K. K. "Please accept my loyalty, future king." Another member of the 12 Round Table made his choice at this time. "Eckhart, even you." Mr. Gareth was shocked and angry at this moment, and even more so sad. One after another, the middle and upper level knights knelt on the ground after the only Grand Elder and a few other members of the 12 Round Table had taken the lead to submit. Even half of the knights who were watching over the few people of the mythical Doomsday had also chosen to submit at this time. Mr. Gareth's footsteps staggered, and he kept turning his body in place. Every time a voice made an oath, it was the time for him to move his weak legs. Not long after, more than 60% of the knights had already made their choice to submit to him. It's true, the tables have turned just like that. The voice of the mythical doomsday pharmacist Tipu, who was shackled, sounded incongruously at this moment. Gareth obviously heard it, but he couldn't say anything to refute it. He looked at the small number of knights who were at a loss, but in the end they still chose to remain silent and didn't step out to submit to him. In the end, only he, Bedivere, and Trusty, the 3 members of the 12 Round Table, were still standing upright. If that's the case— Hopkins shook his head at this time, seemingly a little dissatisfied. Not all the knights of the Round Table had chosen to submit to this point. "Gareth, Trusty, Bedivere, you have chosen to oppose me, right?" "I can't violate the oath I made." Gareth took a deep breath. "Even if I'm the only one left." "Isn't there still me?" The bearded man clenched his fists at this time, and his originally pale face had a touch of indomitable will. "Of course, there's still Bedivere. I've decided on my epitaph I will engrave the names of my best friends in this life, Gareth and Bedivere, your original names. If that's the case, I'd better choose to betray you," Dr. Bedivere said indifferently. Even so, he silently walked to the side of the 2 people. The knights began to move. Those who submitted silently gathered under the stairs, and those who didn't submit in the end silently came behind the remaining 3 members of the 12 Round Table. In the end, more than 70% of them separated. Sir Hopkins, who quietly watched all of this, showed a trace of a smile, and looked up at the magician troops at the top. "So, what's your choice?" But after a moment of silence, Ace slowly said, "It seems that the content of this employment has far exceeded the degree of the preset. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I think the several Tower Masters should now feel that the things you've done are not worth us continuing to maintain this employment relationship. And Mr. Hopkins, right? Are you really not going to let us leave? Send my regards to your chairman." Hopkins said indifferently at this time, "Just say, after the matter here is over, I will personally visit, but you don't have to rush to leave. You might as well participate in my coronation ceremony." "As you wish." Mr. Ace smiled faintly. The new King of Britain. Sir Hopkins waved his hand, then sat back on the throne and looked down again. "Elizabeth, how is it? All your reliance is gone. I'll also give you a chance to choose." Her Majesty, whose eyes were dim, raised her head at this time and looked at the throne not far away. She heard Sir Hopkins say calmly, "If you also choose to be loyal to me, I may be able to grant you a new life. Even restoring you to your most beautiful age is just a simple matter." Her Majesty the Queen slowly looked at the knights gathered around Hopkins, and then looked at the knights standing behind Gareth and the others, who were completely disproportionate. In the end, she slowly sighed and said with a wry smile, "Hopkins, it seems that I have lost. Your choice." He was waiting for the final result. "Me. The Queen of Britain will not yield to anyone." The Queen said loudly, loyal people of the Knight organization, although I don't have the bloodline of your Knight King. I'm the current Queen of Britain's most legitimate heir to the royal family. I'm very happy that you can still stand by my side in this most difficult time. While life still exists and power still exists, I will accompany you to welcome the last darkness before dawn. No. Gareth took a deep breath at this time. In front of this great danger, he said, if I have to choose a king, I'd rather choose you, my Majesty the Queen. The king that the knights should be loyal to should be like you. Please accept my allegiance, your Majesty the Queen. As if to fight against Hopkins, Gareth knelt down in front of the Queen. Seeing this, Bedivere and Trusty looked at each other and made the same choice. The small number of middle-ranking and high-ranking knights who remained also swore an oath to the Queen. This was the first time in the history of the Knight organization that knights swore to the so-called royal family, instead of the cold statue of the Knight King in the organization. Wang Tsong disdained to do it himself, especially when he had enough followers. At this moment, Simpton coldly snorted, and then waved his evil sword, which directly stabbed into the ground in front of Simpton. Kill them all. Hopkins waved his hand. Pledge your loyalty to me, knights. Simpton directly lifted the magic sword. The pitch-black magic energy started to wrap around his body, and then the magic armor appeared. He was the first to move. Like I said, Mr. Gareth, when you are needed, you will also need people like me. The holy armor was broken, and it was still repairing itself in the holy seal. Facing Simpton, who was wearing the magic armor, Gareth could only fight with his usual sword. As for Mr. Clown and the other knights of the Round Table who had submitted to the Queen, they slowly walked toward Trusty and Bedivere. The remaining mid-level and upper-level knights gritted their teeth and raised their swords toward their former companions. Knights, I'll watch here. I'll stand here. I won't let my eyes close, even if it's just a blink of an eye. I'll stand here until the last one of you falls in front of me. The Queen's voice resounded in the hall, sonorous and powerful, when the last knight falls. I'll follow you. For the Queen. She was just an ordinary person. Time had robbed her of her beauty, and time had turned her into an old woman who was no longer slim. She was as fragile as a candle in the wind. But just as she said, she would stand here until the last moment, like a fountain. She didn't bring physical strength to the loyal knights, but courage to press forward. High fighting spirit radiated from their bodies. Compared to the knights who had submitted and raised their weapons silently, the spirit of fighting to the death was so distinct. At this moment, the ones who had submitted were only silently attacking, several against one. For the Queen! The battle surrounded the Queen, and in an instant it started. But no one knew whether it was intentional or not. But the Queen, who was just an ordinary person, stood where no one approached her. From the beginning to the end, just as she said, she didn't close her eyes and didn't even blink once. She just imprinted the faces in her eyes. Hopkins was very dissatisfied with the Queen's current state, and a kind of irritation began to grow in his heart. The Holy Grail seemed to constantly whisper to him. This voice had been ringing in his mind since the moment it held him up. Destroy everything. Devour everything. Don't hesitate. The strongest power is given to you. Destroy everything. Devour everything. He shook his head lightly, instinctively wanting to drive this voice out of his head, but in the end he still slowly stood up. The irritation in his heart made him walk down the throne step by step, down the stairs. In the fierce battle that was like a storm, Sir Hopkins entered a place where there was no one, and finally arrived in front of Her Majesty the Queen. You're really unwise, Elizabeth. Sir Hopkins suddenly sighed. If it was only the dignity of the country, maybe it would be a good thing. Many times we clearly have the ability to change everything, but in the end we become powerless. The Queen said in a low voice, a long, long time ago, someone once told me the only one who can change everything is the one who becomes the king. Is that so? Sir Hopkins nodded. Then stay here with me and watch. Let's see who will become the king in the end. The situation of the battle. Actually, it was clear from the beginning. Temporarily losing the power of the holy armor, Gareth and the other two faced the most dangerous battle. Courage didn't bring enough power to overcome the number of enemies. It couldn't even be considered a fierce battle. It was a completely one-sided battle. The smile on Hopkins' face became wider. Looking at the Queen's stubborn appearance in front of him, the irritation in his heart seemed to be released to the greatest extent. It seems that the winner and loser will be decided soon. Hopkins smiled. The Queen nodded. Yes, it seems like it's really so. In the chaotic auditorium. At this moment, there seemed to be a figure quietly approaching behind Sir Hopkins. Bang! Just as Mr. Gareth's sword was blocking the demonic sword, and his body was being pressed down inch by inch to the point where he had reached his limit and was about to lose his life under the demonic sword, a huge force suddenly emanated from the auditorium. Ripples, wave-like ripples, rippled out. Accompanied by a strong wind, the weak ones were directly sent flying out of the auditorium by the impact of this force at this moment. The stronger ones had to protect their own bodies with all their strength, but their bodies were also moved back by a large amount. Not many were able to stand firmly in their original places. A black beam of light shot up to the sky. In the corner of the auditorium, where a pile of rubble had been buried, the rubble had turned into powder at this moment. In this black beam of light, her body, which was lying on the ground, seemed to be lifted up by some kind of force. Bending her waist, she stood up and then straightened her waist. Her body left the ground and floated. Her hands were slightly spread out, and at the same time, she closed her eyes tightly. Her long hair, which was tied up, was also scattered under the violent airflow. Then, under the influence of the airflow, each strand of hair flew up and stood upright. Lancelot, Her Majesty, the Queen, opened her mouth at this moment. She didn't expect this to happen at this moment, and showed an instant of panic. Under the impact of this powerful force, the remaining powerful knights stared at the only female knight of the Round Table of this generation, dumbfounded. This wasn't the power of the Round Table. A strong force was constantly emitted from her body, getting stronger and stronger. Finally, she opened her eyes. This pair of eyes seemed to contain no feelings. Wherever her gaze went, the knights felt a tremor from the bottom of their hearts, and Hopkins was already frightened to the point that he broke out in a cold sweat. Outside the auditorium, on the stairs leading to the Royal Auditorium, a figure slowly walked up. It was wearing a black robe and a silver-white, mouthless mask on its face, which completely covered its face. When the black light broke through the air and appeared, it stopped. Looking at the black light, it seemed to be thinking about something. Its hand was holding something at this moment. The head. It was Caesar's head. #########PS. 13/30